Part 1, Chapter 1 of Farewell Love, a Novel by Matilde Serao. 1. Motionless under the white coverlet of her bed, Anna appeared to have been sleeping soundly for the past 2 hours. Her sister Laura, who occupied a little cot at the other end of the big room, had that evening much prolonged her customary reading, which followed the last gossip of the day between the girls. But no sooner had she put out her candle than Anna opened her eyes and fixed them upon Laura's bed, which glimmered vaguely white in the distance. Anna was wide awake. She dared not move, she dared not even sigh, and all her life was in her gaze, trying to penetrate the secret of the dusk, trying to see whether really her sister was asleep. It was a winter night, and as the hour advanced, the room became colder and colder, but Anna did not feel it. The moment the light had been extinguished, a flame had leapt from her heart to her brain, diffusing itself through all her members, scalding her veins, scorching her flesh, quickening the beating of her pulses. As in the height of fever, she felt herself burning up. Her tongue was dry, her head was hot, and the icy air that entered her lungs could not quench the fire in her, could not subdue the tumultuous eruption of her young blood. Often, to relieve herself, she had longed to cry out, to moan, but the fear of waking Laura held her silent. It was not, however, so much from the great heat throbbing at her temples that she suffered, as from her inability to know for certain whether her sister was asleep. Sometimes she thought of moving noisily so that her bed should creak. Then, if Laura was awake, she would move in hers, and thus Anna could make sure. But the fear of thereby still further lengthening this time of waiting kept her from letting the thought become an action. She lay as motionless as if her limbs were bound down by 1,000 chains. She had lost all track of time, too. She had forgotten to count the last strokes of the clock that could be heard from the sitting room adjoining. It seemed to her that she had been lying like this for years, that she had been waiting for years, burning with this maddening fire for years, that she had spent years trying to pierce the darkness with her eyes. And then the horrible thought crossed her mind. What if the hour had passed? Perhaps it had passed without her noticing it. She who had waited for it so impatiently had let it escape. But no, presently, deadened by the distance and the doors closed between, she heard the clock ring out. The hour had come. Thereupon, with an infinite caution, born of infinite fear, slowly, trembling, holding her breath at every sound, pausing, starting back, going on, she sat up in bed and at last slipped out of it. That vague spot of whiteness in the distance, where her sister lay, still fascinated her. She kept her head turned in its direction, while with her hands she felt for her shoes and stockings and clothes. They were all there, placed conveniently near, but every little difficulty she had to overcome in dressing, so as not to make the slightest noise, represented a world of precautions, of pauses, and of paralyzing fears. When at last she had got on her frock of white serge, which shone out in the darkness, "Perhaps Laura sees me," she thought. But she had made ready a big heavy black shawl, and in this she now wrapped herself from head to foot, and the whiteness of her frock was hidden. Then, having accomplished the miracle of dressing herself, she stood still at her bedside. She had not dared to take a step as yet, sure that by doing so she would wake Laura. "A little strength, heaven send me a little strength," she prayed inwardly. Then she set forth stealthily across the room. In the middle of it, seized by a sudden audacious impulse, she called out her sister's name in a whisper. "Laura, Laura," listening intensely. No answer. She went on, past the door, through the sitting room, the drawing room, feeling her way amidst the chairs and tables. She struck her shoulder against the frame of the door between the sitting room and the drawing room and halted for a moment with a beating heart. Madonna mia, she murmured in an agony of terror. Then she had to pass before the room of her governess, Stella Martini, but the poor good lady was a sound sleeper, and Anna knew it. When she reached the dining room, it seemed to her that she must have traversed 100 separate chambers, 100 entire apartments, an endless chain of chambers and apartments. At last she opened the door that gave upon the terrace and ran out into the night, the cold, the blackness. She crossed the terrace to the low dividing wall between it and the next. "Giustino! Giustino!" she called. Suddenly the shadow of a man appeared on the other terrace, very near, very close to the wall of division. A voice answered, "Here I am, Anna." But she, taking his hand, drew him towards her, saying, "Come, come." He leapt over the little wall. Covered by her black mantle, without speaking, Anna bent her head and broke into sobs. "What is it? What is wrong?" he asked, trying to see her face. Anna wept without answering. "Don't cry, don't cry. Tell me what's troubling you," he murmured earnestly, with a caress in his words and in his voice. "Nothing, nothing. I was so frightened," she stammered. "Dearest, dearest, dearest," he whispered. "Oh, I am a poor creature, a poor thing," she said with a desolate gesture. "I love you so," said Giustino simply in a low voice. "Oh, say that again," she begged, ceasing to weep. "I love you so, Anna. I adore you, my soul, my darling. If you love me, you must be calm. I adore you, my dearest one. Promise me that you won't cry any more then. I adore you, I adore you, I adore you," she repeated, her voice heavy with emotion. He did not speak. It seemed as if he could find no words fit for responding to such a passion. A gust of wind swept over them. "Are you cold?" he asked. "No, feel," and she gave him her hand. Her little hand, between those of Giustino, was indeed not cold. It was burning. "That is love," said she. He lifted the hand gently to his lips and kissed it lightly, and thereupon her eyes glowed in the darkness, like human stars of passion. "My love is consuming me," she went on, as if speaking to herself. "I can feel nothing else, neither cold, nor night, nor danger, nothing. I can only feel you. I want nothing but your love. I only want to live near you always, till death and after death, always with you, always, always." "Ah me," sighed he under his breath. "What did you say?" she cried eagerly. "It was a sigh, dear one, a sigh over our dream." "Don't talk like that! Don't say that!" she exclaimed. "Why shouldn't I say it, Anna? The sweet dream that we have been dreaming together, any day we may have to wake from it. They aren't willing that we should live together." "Who, they?" "He who can dispose of you as he wishes, Cesare Diaz." "Have you seen him?" "Yes, today." "And he won't consent?" "He won't consent." "Why not?" "Because you have money and I have none. Because you are noble and I'm not." "But I adore you, Giustino." "That matters little to your guardian." "He's a bad man." "He's a man," said Giustino shortly. "But it's an act of cruelty that he's committing," she cried, lifting her hands towards heaven. Giustino did not speak. "What did you answer? What did you plead? Didn't you tell him again that you love me, that I adore you, that I shall die if we are separated? Didn't you describe our despair to him?" It was useless. replied Giustino sadly. Oh dear, you didn't tell him of our love, of our happiness? You didn't implore him, weeping? You didn't try to move his hard old heart? But what sort of man are you? What sort of soul have you, that you let them sentence us to death like this? Oh Lord, what man have I been loving? Anna, he said softly. Why didn't you defy him? Why didn't you rebel? You're young, you're brave. How would Cesare Diaz, almost an old man with ice in his veins, how could he frighten you? Because Cesare Diaz was right, Anna, he answered quietly. Oh, horror, horrible sacrilege of love, cried Anna, starting back. In her despair, she had unconsciously allowed her shawl to drop from her shoulders. It had fallen to the ground at her feet, and now she stood up before him like a white, desolate phantom, impelled by sorrow to wander the earth on a quest that can never have an end. But he had a desperate courage, though it forced him to break with the only woman he had ever loved. Cesare Diaz was right, my dearest Anna. I couldn't answer him. I'm a poor young fellow without a farthing. Love is stronger than money. I am a commoner. I have no title to give you. Love is stronger than a title. Everything is against our union, Anna. Love is stronger than everything, stronger even than death. After this, there befell a silence, but he felt that he must go to the bottom of the subject. He saw his duty and overcame his pain. Think a little, Anna. Our souls were made for each other, but our persons are placed in such different circumstances, separated by so many things, such great distances that not even a miracle could unite them. You accuse me of being a traitor to our love, which is our strength, but is it unworthy of us to conquer ourselves in such a pass? Anna, it is I who lose everything, and yet I advise you to forget this youthful fancy. You are young, you are beautiful, you are rich, you are noble, and you love me. Yet it is my duty to say to you, forget me, forget me. Consider how great the sacrifice is, and see if it is not our duty as two good people to make it courageously. Anna, you will be loved again, better still, by a better man. You deserve the purest and the noblest love. You won't be unhappy long. Life is still sweet for you. You weep, yes. You suffer because you love me, because you are a dear, loving woman. But afterwards you will find your path broad and flowery. It is I who will have nothing left. The light of my life will go out, the fire in my heart. But what does it matter? You will forget me, Anna. Anna, motionless, listened to him, uttering no word. Speak, he said anxiously. I can't forget you, she answered. Try, make the effort. Let us try not to see each other. No, it's useless, she said, her voice dying on her lips. What do you wish us to do? I don't know. A great impulse of pity, greater than his own sorrow, assailed him. He took her hands. They were cold now. What is the matter with you? Are you ill? She did not answer. She leaned her head on his shoulder, and he caressed her rich brown hair. Anna, what is it? He whispered, thrilled by a wild emotion. You don't love me. How can you doubt it? If you loved me, she began, sobbing, you would not propose our separation. If you loved me, you would not think such a separation possible. If you loved me, it would be like death to you to forget and be forgotten. Giustino, you don't love me. Anna, judge by me, she went on softly. I am a poor, weak woman, yet I resist, I struggle, and we would conquer if you loved me. Anna, Oh, don't call me by my name. Don't speak my name. All this tenderness, what's the use of it? It is good. It is wise. It is comforting. But it is only tenderness. It isn't love. You can think, reflect, determine. That isn't love. You speak of duty, of being worthy of her who adores you, who sees nothing but you in the whole wide world. I know nothing of all that. I love you. I know nothing, and only now I realize that your love isn't love. You are silent. I don't understand you. You can't understand me. Goodbye, love. She turned away from him to move off, but he detained her. What do you want to do? He whispered. If I can't live with you, I must die, she said quietly, with her eyes closed, as if she were thus awaiting death. Don't speak of dying, Anna. Don't make my regret worse than it is. It is I who have spoiled your life. It doesn't matter. It is I who have put bitterness into your sweet youth. It doesn't matter. It is I who have stirred you up to rebel against Cesare Diaz, against your sister Laura, against the wish of your parents and all your friends. It doesn't matter. It is I who have called you from your sleep, who have exposed you to 1,000 dangers. Think, if you were discovered here, you would be lost. It doesn't matter. Take me away. And Giustino, in spite of the darkness, could see her fond eyes glowing. If you would only take me away, she sighed. But where? Anywhere, to any country. You will be my country. Elope? A noble young girl, elope like an adventuress? Love will secure my pardon. I will pardon you. No others will. You will be my family, my all. Take me away. Anna, where should we find refuge? Without means, without friends, having committed a great fault, our life would be most unhappy. No, take me away. We'll have a little time of poverty, after which I shall get possession of my fortune. Take me away. And I shall be accused of having made a good speculation. No, Anna, it's impossible. I couldn't bear such a shame. She started away from him, pushing him back with a movement of horror. What? She cried. What? You would be ashamed. It's your shame that preoccupies you, and mine? Honored, esteemed, loved. I care nothing for this honor, this love, and am willing to lose all, the respect of people, the affection of my relations, and you think of yourself. I could have chosen any one of a multitude of young men of my own rank, my own set. And I have chosen you because you were good and honest and clever, and you are ashamed of what bad people and stupid people may say of you. I brave everything. I lie, I deceive, I leave my bed at the dead of night, steal out during my sister's sleep, out of my room, out of my house, like a guilty servant, so that they might call me the lowest of low. I do this to come to you, and you are thinking of speculations, of what the world will say about you. Oh, how strong you are, you men! How well you know your way, how straight you march, never listening to the voices that call to you, never feeling the hands that try to stop you. Nothing! You are men, and you have your honor to look after, your dignity to preserve, your delicate reputation to safeguard. You are right, you are reasonable, and so we are fools, we are mad, who step out of the path of honor and dignity for the love of you, we poor silly creatures of our hearts. Giustino had not attempted to protest against this outburst of violent language, but every word of it, hot with wrath, vibrant with sorrowful anger, stirred him to the quick, held him silenced, frightened, shaken by her voice, by the tumult of her passion. Now the fire, which he had rashly kindled, burnt up the whole beautiful, simple, stable edifice of his planning, and all he could see left of it was a smoking ruin. He loved her, she loved him, and though he knew it was wild and unreasonable. "Forgive me," he said. "Let us go away." She put her hand upon his head, and he heard her murmur under her voice, "Oh God." They both felt that their life was decided, that they had played the grand stake of their existence. There was a long pause. She was the first to break it. "Listen, Giustino. Before we fly, let me make one last attempt. You have spoken to Cesare Diaz. You have told him that you love me, that I adore you, but he didn't believe you." "It is true." He smiled incredulously. "He is a man who has seen a great deal of the world, who has been loved, who has loved, but all of that, nothing is left to him. He is cold and solitary. He never speaks of his skepticism, but he believes in nothing. He's a miserable, arid creature. I know that he despises me, thinking me silly and enthusiastic. I pity him as I pity everyone who has no love in his heart, and yet I will speak to Cesare Diaz. The truth will well up from me with such impetus that he cannot refuse to believe me. I'll tell him everything. In spite of his 40 years, in spite of the corruption of his mind, in spite of all his scorn, all his irony, true love will find convincing words. He'll give his consent." "Can't you first persuade your sister? There we'd have an affectionate ally," said Giustino tentatively. "My sister is worse than Cesare Diaz," she answered with a slight tremor of the voice. "I should never dare to depend on her." "Are you afraid of her?" "Pray, don't speak of her. Don't speak of her. It's a subject which pains me. And yet— No, no! Laura knows nothing. She must know nothing. It would be dreadful if she knew. I'd 1,000 times rather speak to him. He will remember his past. Laura has no past. She has nothing. She's a dead soul. I will speak with him. He will believe me." "And if he shouldn't believe you?" "He will believe me." "But Anna, if he shouldn't?" "Then we will elope. But I ought to make this last attempt. Heaven will give me strength. Afterwards I will write to you. I will tell you everything. I daren't come here any more. It's too dangerous. If anyone should see me, it would be the ruin of all our hopes. I'll write to you. You'll arrange your own affairs in the meantime, as if you were at the point of death, as if you were going to leave this country never to return. You must be ready at any instant." "I'll be ready." "Surely?" "Surely. Without a regret." "Without a regret." But his voice died on his lips. "Thank you. You love me. We shall be so happy. You will see, happier than anyone in the world." "So happy," murmured Giustino, faithful but sad. "And may heaven help us," she concluded fervently, putting out her hand to leave him. He took her hand, and his pressure of it was a silent vow, but it was the vow of a friend, of a brother, simple and austere. She moved slowly away, as if tired. He remained where he was, waiting a little before returning to his own terrace. Not until some 10 minutes had passed, during which he heard no sound, no movement, could he feel satisfied that Anna had safely reached her room. Once at home, he found himself used up, exhausted, without ideas, without emotions, and speedily he fell asleep. She also was exhausted by the great moral crisis through which she had passed. An immense burden seemed to bow her down, to make heavy her footsteps as she groped her way through the silent house. When she reached the sitting room, she stopped with sudden terror. A light was burning in the bedroom. Laura would be awake, would have remarked her absence, would be waiting for her. She stood still a long while. She could hear a sound as of the pages of a book being turned. Laura was reading. At last she pushed open the door and crossed the threshold. Laura looked at her, smiled haughtily, and did not speak. Anna fell on her knees before her, crying, "Forgive me! For pity's sake, Laura, forgive me! Laura, Laura, Laura!" But the child remained silent, white and cold and virginal, never ceasing to smile scornfully. Anna lay on the floor weeping, and the winter dawn found her there, weeping, weeping, while her sister slept peacefully. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2. 2. The letter ran thus. Dearest love, I have had my interview with Cesare Diaz. What a man! His mere presence seemed to freeze me. It was enough if he looked at me with his big clear blue eyes for speech to fail me. There is something in his silence which frightens me, and when he speaks, his sharp voice quails me by its tone as well as by the hard things he says. And yet this morning, when he came for his usual visit, I was bold enough to speak to him of my marriage. I spoke simply, briefly, without trembling, though I could see that the courtesy with which he listened was ironical. Laura was present, taciturn and absent-minded as usual. She shrugged her shoulders indifferently, disdainfully, and then, getting up, left the room with that light footstep of hers which scarcely seems to touch the earth. Cesare Diaz, without looking at me, and his smile disconcerted me horribly, putting all my thoughts into confusion. But I felt that I ought to make the attempt. I ought. I had promised it to you, my darling, and to myself. My life had become insupportable, the more because of my sister, who knew my secret, who tortured me with her contempt. The contempt of a person who has never loved, for one who does, who might at any moment betray me and tell the story of that wintry night. Cesare Diaz smiled and didn't seem to care in the least to hear what I had to say. However, in spite of my emotion, in spite of the fact that I was talking to a man who cared nothing for me and for whom I cared nothing, in spite of the gulf that divides a character like mine from that of Cesare Diaz, I had the courage to tell him that I adored you, that I wished to live and die with you, that my fortune would suffice for our needs, that I would never marry anyone but you. And finally, that humbly, earnestly, I besought him as my guardian, my nearest relation, my wisest friend, to give his consent to our marriage. He had listened, with his eyes cast down, giving no sign of interest. And now at the end he simply uttered a dry little "no." And then took place a dreadful scene. I implored, I wept, I rebelled, I declared that my heart was free, that my person was free, and always I found that I was addressing a man of stone, hard and dry, with a will of iron, an utterly false point of view, a conventional standard based upon the opinion of the world, and a total lack of good feeling. Cesare Diaz denied that I loved you, denied that you loved me, denied that any such thing as real love could exist, real love for which people live and die. He denied that love was a thing not to be forgotten, denied that love is the only thing that makes a life worthwhile. His one word was no, 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 from the beginning to the end of our talk. He made the most specious, extravagant, and cynical arguments to convince me that I was deceiving myself, that we were deceiving ourselves, and that it was his duty to oppose himself to our folly. Oh, how I wept, how I abased my spirit before that man, who reasoned in this cold strain, and how it hurts me now to think of the way I humiliated myself. I remember that while my love for you, dearest, was breaking out in wild utterance, I saw that he was looking admiringly at me, as in a theater he might admire an actor who was clearly feigning passion. He did not believe me, and 2 or 3 times my anger rose to such a point that I stooped to threaten him. I threatened to make a public scandal. "The scandal will fall on the person who makes it," he said severely, getting up to cut short the conversation. He went away. In the drawing-room I heard him talking quietly with Laura, as if nothing had happened, as if he hadn't left me broken-hearted, as if he didn't know that I was on my knees, in despair, calling upon the names of the Madonna and the saints for help. But that man has no soul, and I am surrounded by people who think me a mad enthusiast. My love, my darling, my constant thought, it is then decided. We must fly. We must fly. Here, like this, I should die. Anything will be better than this house. It is a prison. Anything is better than the galleys. I know that what I propose is very grave. According to the common judgment of mankind, a young girl who elopes is everlasting dishonored. In spite of the sanctity of marriage, suspicion never leaves her. I know that I am throwing away a great deal for a dream of love, but that is my strange and cruel destiny, the destiny which has given me a fortune and taken away my father, given me a heart eager for affection, and cut me off from all affection, given me the dearest and at the same time the least loving sister. For whom ought I sacrifice myself, since those who loved me are dead, and those who live with me do not love me? I need love. I have found it. I will attach myself to it. I will not let it go. Who will weep for me here? No one. Whose hands will be stretched out to call me back? No one's. What memories will I carry away with me? None. I am lonely and misunderstood. I am flying from ice and snow to the warm sunlight of love. You are the sun. You are my love. Don't think ill of me. I am not like other girls who have a home, a family, a nest. I am a poor pilgrim seeking a home, a family, a nest. I will be your wife, your sweetheart, your servant. I love you. A life passed in the holy atmosphere of your love will be an absolution for this fault that I am committing. I know the world will not forgive me, but I despise people who can't understand one's sacrificing everything for love. And those who do not understand it will pity me. I shall care for nothing but your love. You will forgive me because you love me. So, it is decided. On the 3rd day after you receive this letter, that is, on Friday, leave your house as if you were going for a walk, without luggage, and take a cab to the railway station. Take the train that leaves Naples for Salerno at 1 o'clock and arrives at Pompeii at 2. I shan't be at the station at Pompeii. That might arouse suspicions, but I shall be in the streets of the dead city, looking at the ruins. Find me there. Come as swiftly as you can to the street of tombs, leading to the villa of Diomedes, near to the grave of Nevoleia Taice, a sweet Pompeian child, according to her epitaph. We will meet there, and then we will leave for Metaponto or Brindisi, and sail for the east. I have money. You know Cesare Diaz, to save himself trouble, has allowed me to receive my entire income for the past 2 years. Afterwards, when this money is spent, well, we will work for our living until I come of age. You understand? You needn't worry about me. I shall get out of the house, go to the station, and arrive at Pompeii without being surprised. I have a bold and simple plan which I can't explain to you. It would not do for us to meet here in town, the risk would be too great. But leaving for Pompeii by separate trains, how can anyone suspect us? Does my clearness of mind astonish you? My calmness? My precision? For 20 days I have been thinking of this matter. I have lain awake at night studying it in detail. Remember, Friday at noon, leave your house. At 1, leave the station. At 2:30, come to me at the grave of Nevoleia Taiche. Don't forget, for mercy's sake. If you shouldn't arrive at the right time, what would become of me, alone at Pompeii, in anguish, devoured by anxiety? My sweetest love, this is the last letter you will receive from me. Why, as I write these words, does a feeling of sorrow come upon me, making me bow my head? The word last is always sad whenever it is spoken. Will you always love me, even though far from your country, even though poor, even though unhappy? You won't accuse me of having wronged you? You will protect me and sustain me with your love? You will be kind, honest, loyal. You will be all that I care for in the world. This is my last letter, it is true, but soon now our wondrous future will begin, our life together. Remember where I shall wait for you. Anna. Alone in his little house, Giustino Morelli read Anna's letter twice through, slowly. Then his head fell upon his breast. He felt that he was lost, ruined, and that Anna was lost and ruined. At that early morning hour at the church of Santa Chiara, white with stucco, rich with gold ornamentation, with softly carved marbles and old pictures, was almost empty. A few pious old women moved vaguely here and there, wrapped in black shawls. A few knelt praying before the altar. Anna Acquaviva and her governess, Stella Martini, were seated in the middle of the church with their eyes bent on their prayer books. Stella Martini had a worn, sunken face that must have once been delicately pretty, with that sort of prettiness which fades before 30. Anna wore a dark serge frock, with a jacket in the English fashion, and her black hair was held in place by a comb of yellow tortoiseshell. The warm pallor of her face was broken by no trace of color. Every now and then she bit her lips nervously. She had held her prayer book open for a long while without turning a page. But Stella Martini had not noticed this. She was praying fervently. Presently, the young girl rose. "I am going to confession," she said, standing still, holding on to the back of her chair. The governess did not seek to detain her. With a light step, she crossed the church and entered a confessional. There the good priest, with the round, childlike face and the crown of snow-white hair, asked his usual questions quietly, not surprised by the tremor in the voice that answered him. He knew the character of his penitent. But Anna answered incoherently, often not understanding the sense of the simple words the priest addressed to her. Sometimes she did not answer at all, but only sighed behind the grating. At last, her confessor asked with some anxiety, "What is it that troubles you?" "Father, I am in great danger," she said in a low voice. But when he sought to learn what her danger was, she would give him no details. He begged her to speak frankly, to tell him everything. She only murmured, "Father, I am threatened with disgrace." He then became severe, reminding her that it was a great sin to come thus and trifle with the sacrament of the church, to come to the confessional and refuse to confess. He could not give her absolution. "I will come another time," she said, rising. But now, instead of returning to her governess, who was still praying with her eyes cast down, Anna stole swiftly out of the church into the street, where she hailed a cab and bade the cabman drive to the railway station. She drew down the blinds of the carriage windows, and there in the darkness she could scarcely suppress a cry of mingled joy and pain to find herself at last alone and free. The cab rolled on and on. It was like the movement of a dream. The only thing she could think of was this beautiful and terrible idea that she, Anna Aquaviva, had abandoned forever her home and her family, carrying away only so much of her fortune as the purse in her pocket could hold, to throw herself into the arms of Giustino Morelli. No feeling of fear held her back. Her entire past life was ended. She could never take it up again. It was over. It was over. In that sort of somnambulism which accompanies a decisive action, she was as exact and rigid in everything she had to do as an automaton. At the station, she paid her cabman and mechanically asked for a ticket to Pompeii at the booking office. "Single or return?" inquired the clerk. "Single," she answered. As almost everyone who went to Pompeii took a return ticket, the clerk thought he had to do with an Englishwoman or an impassioned antiquary. She put the ticket into the opening of her glove and went into the first-class waiting room. She looked about her quite indifferently, as if it was impossible that Cesare Diaz, or indeed any one of her acquaintance, should see her there. She was conscious of nothing save a great need to go on, nothing else. It was the first time in her life that she had been out alone like this, yet she felt no surprise. It seemed to her that she had been traveling alone for years, that Cesare Diaz, Laura Aquaviva, and Stella Martini were pale shadows of an infinitely distant past, a past anterior to her present existence, and that they were people she had known in another world. She kept repeating to herself, like a child trying to remember a word, "Pompeii, Pompeii, Pompeii." But when she was climbing into the first-class compartment of the train, it seemed suddenly as if a force held her back, as if a mysterious hand forbade her going on. She trembled and had to make a violent effort to enter the carriage as if to brush aside an invisible obstacle. And from that moment, a voice within her seemed to be murmuring confusedly to her conscience, warning her of the great moral crisis she was approaching, while before her eyes the blue Neapolitan coast was passing rapidly, where the wintry cold had given way to a warm scirocco. On the morning train hurried her, over the land, by the sea, between the white houses of Portici, the pink houses of Torre del Greco, the houses pink, white, and yellow of Torre Annunziata. On, and Anna, motionless in her corner, gazing out of the window, beheld a vague, delicious vision of flowers and stars and kisses and caresses, and an icy terror. A sense of imminent peril lay upon her heart. Oh yes, in a brilliant vision she saw a future of love, of passion and tenderness, a fire-hued vision of all that soul and body could desire. Yet constantly that still, small voice kept whispering to her conscience, "Don't go, don't go. If you go, you are lost." And this presently became so unbearable that, when the train entered the brown, burnt-up country at the foot of Vesuvius, the country that surrounds the great ruin of Pompeii, despair was making her twist the handle of her purse violently with her fingers. The green vines and the laughing villages had disappeared from the landscape. The blue sea, with its dancing white waves, had disappeared. She was crossing a wide, desolate plain, and the volcano, with its eternal wreath of smoke, rose before her. And also had disappeared forever the phantasms of her happiness. Anna was traveling alone through a sterile land where fire had passed, devastating all life, killing the flowers, destroying the people, their homes, their pleasures, their loves. And the voice within her cried, "This is a symbol of passion which destroys all things and then dies itself." And then she thought that she had chosen ominously in coming to Pompeii, a city of love, destroyed by fire, an everlasting reminder to those who saw it of the tragedy of life. Pompeii, with its hard heart of lava. She descended from the carriage when the train stopped and followed a family of Germans and 2 English clergymen out of the tiny station. She went on, looking neither to right nor left, up the narrow, dusty lane that leads from the railway to the inn at the city's gate. Neither the Germans nor the clergyman noticed her, the solitary young woman with the warm, pale face and the great brown-black eyes that gazed straight forward without interest in what they saw, the eyes of a soul consumed by an emotion. When they had all entered the house, she ensconced herself in a corner near a window and looked out upon the path she had followed, as if waiting for somebody, or as if wishing to turn back. And Anna was praying for the safe coming of Giustino. If she could but see him, if she could hear but his voice, all her doubts, all her pains would fly away. "I adore him, I adore him," she thought, and tried thus to find strength with which to combat her conscience. Her heart was filled with a single wish, to see Giustino. He would give her strength. He was the reason for her life. He and love. She looked at her little child's watch, the only jewel she had brought away, and she had a long time still to wait before 2 o'clock. An old guide approached her and offered to show her the ruins. She followed him mechanically, and they traversed the Street of Hope, the Street of Fortune, where there are the deep marks of carriage wheels in the stone pavement. They entered houses and shops and squares. She looked at everything with vacant eyes. Twice the guide said, "Now let us visit the Street of Tombs and the Villa of Diomedes." Twice she had answered, "Later on, by and by." 2 or 3 times she had sat down on a stone to rest, and then her poor old guide had sat down also, at a distance, and let his head fall forward on his breast and dozed. She was strangely fatigued. She had exhausted her forces in making the journey hither. The tumult of emotion she had gone through had prostrated her. Now she felt utterly alone and abandoned. A poor, unfortunate creature bearing through this dead city a heavy burden of solitude and weariness. And when, after a long rest, she got up to go on again, a great sigh broke from her lips. But somehow she must pass the time, and so she went on. She climbed to the top of the amphitheater, seeking to devour the minutes that separated her from 2 o'clock. Presently the old man said, for the 3rd time, "Now let us visit the Street of Tombs and the Villa of Diomedes." "Let us go," she responded. The hours had passed at last. Only one more remained. With her watch in hand, as the guide pointed out to her the magnificence of the Villa of Diomedes, she was saying to herself, "Now Giustino is leaving Naples." Impatient, no longer able to endure the voice or presence of the old man, no longer able to hide her own perturbation, she passed and dismissed him. He hesitated, reluctant to leave her, telling her that it was forbidden to make sketches and above all to carry anything away, but he said it timidly, humbly, knowing very well that it was needless to fear any such infractions from this pale girl with the dreamy eyes. And he moved off, slowly, slowly turning back every now and then to see what she was doing. She sat down on a stone in front of the tomb of the sweet freed woman, Nevoleia Taiche, and waited there, her hands in her lap, her head bent, nor did she look up when a party of English passed her, accompanied by a guide. The last hour seemed interminable to her. It seemed covered by a great shadow, in which all things were obscured. The name of Giustino, constantly repeated, was like a single ray of light. She neither heard nor saw what was going on round about her. Her consciousness of external world was put out. Suddenly, a shadow fell between her and the gray tomb of the freed woman. She looked up and saw Giustino standing before her, gazing down on her with an infinite, despairing tenderness. Anna, unable to speak, gave him her hand and rose, and a smile of happiness, like a great light, shone from her eyes, and a warm color mantled her cheeks. Giustino had never seen her so beautiful. In an ecstasy of joy, feeling all her doubts die within her, feeling all the glory of her love spring to full life again, Anna could not understand why there was an expression of sorrow on Giustino's face. "Do you love me a great deal?" "A great deal." "You will always care for me?" "Always." It was like a sad, soft echo, but the girl did not notice that. A veil of passion dimmed her perceptions. They walked on together, she close to him, so happy that her feet scarcely touched the earth, enjoying this minute of intense love with all the force of feeling that she possessed, with all the self-surrender of which human nature is capable. They walked on through the streets of Pompeii, without seeing, without looking. Only again and again she said softly, "Tell me that you love me. Tell me that you love me." 2 or 3 times he had answered simply, "Yes." Then he was silent. Suddenly, Anna, not hearing his answer, stood still, and taking his arms in her hands, looked deep into his honest eyes and asked, "What is the matter?" Her voice trembled. He lowered his eyes. "Nothing," he said. "Why are you so sad?" "I am not sad," he answered with an effort. "You're telling the truth?" "I'm telling the truth." "Swear that you love me." "Do you need me to swear it?" he exclaimed with such sincerity and such pain that she was convinced, perceiving the sincerity, but not the pain. But she was still troubled. There was a bitterness in her joy. They were near the street of the sea, which leads out of the dead city. "Let us go away! Let us go away!" she said impatiently. "The train for Metaponto doesn't leave till 6 o'clock. We've plenty of time." "Let us go away! I don't want to stay here any longer. I beg of you, let us go." He obeyed her passively and was silent. They entered the inn on their way to the station, at the same time as the 2 English clergymen. Anna was frightened. She didn't care to talk of love to Giustino before such witnesses, but she looked at him with fond, supplicating eyes. The 2 clergymen seated themselves at the table which is always laid in the chief room of the inn, and while they ate their dinner, one of them read his Bible, the other his Baedeker. The 2 lovers were near the window, looking through the glass at the road that leads to the station, and Anna was holding on to Giustino's arm, and he, confused, nervous, asked her if she would not like to dine, taking refuge from his embarrassment in the commonplace. No, she did not wish to dine. She wasn't hungry. "Afterwards, by and by," and her voice failed her as she looked at the 2 ecclesiastics. "I wish," she began, whispering into Giustino's ear. "What do you wish?" "Take me away somewhere else where I can say something to you." He hesitated. She blushed. Then he left the room to speak to the landlord, returning presently. "Come," he said. "Where are we going?" "Upstairs." "Upstairs?" "You will see." They went upstairs to the first floor, where the waiter who conducted them opened the door of an apartment consisting of a bedroom and a sitting room. A big bedroom, a tiny sitting room, both having balconies that looked off over the country, and there the waiter left them alone. Each of them was pale, silent, confused. She looked around. The sitting room was vulgarly furnished, with a green sofa, 2 green easy chairs, a center table covered with a nut-colored jute tablecloth, and a marble console. The thought of the many strangers who had inhabited it inspired her with a sort of shame. Then she glanced into the bedroom. It was very large, with 2 beds at the farther end, a dressing table, a sofa, and a wardrobe. 3 pieces of furniture seemed lost in the vast, bare-looking chamber. It gave her a shudder merely to look into it, and yet again she blushed. She raised her eyes to Giustino's, and she noticed anew that he was gazing at her with an expression of great sadness. "What is the matter?" she asked. He did not answer. He sat down and buried his face in his hands. "Tell me what it is," she insisted, trembling with anger and anguish. He remained silent. Perhaps he was weeping behind his hands. "If you don't tell me what it is, I'll go back to Naples," she said. He did not speak. "You despise me because I have left my home." "No, Anna," he murmured. "You think I'm dreadful. You think of me as an abandoned creature." "No, dear one, no." "Perhaps you love another woman." "You can't think that." "Perhaps you have another tie without love?" "None. I am bound to no one." "You have promised yourself to no one?" "To no one." "Then why are you so sad? Why do you weep? Why do you tremble? It is I who ought to weep and tremble, and yet I don't weep unless to see you weep. Your weeping breaks my heart, makes me desperate." "Anna, listen to me. By the memory of your mother, I implore you to listen, to understand. I am miserable because of you, on your account, in thinking of what I have allowed you to do, of how you are throwing away your future, of the unhappiness that awaits you without a home, without a name, persecuted by your family. If you loved me, you wouldn't think these things. You wouldn't say them." "I have always said them, Anna. I have always repeated them. I have ruined you. For 3 days I have been in an agony of remorse. It is the same today. Though you are the light of my life, I must say it to you. Today, I can't forgive myself. Tomorrow, you will be unable to forgive me. Oh, my love, I am a gentleman. I am a Christian, and yet I have been weak enough to allow you and me to commit this sin, this fault." Speaking thus, with an infinite earnestness, all the honesty of his noble soul showed itself, a soul bowed down by remorse. She looked at him and listened to him with stupefaction, amazed at this spectacle of rectitude, of a virtue that was greater than love, for she believed only in love. "I don't understand you," she said. "And yet you must. You must. If you don't see the reasons for my conduct, you will despise me. You will hate me. You must try, with all your heart, with all your mind, to understand. You mustn't let yourself be carried away by your love. You must be calm. You must be cool." "I can't." "Oh, God," he said in despair. Again he was silent. She mechanically, to overcome the trembling of her hands, pulled at the fringe on the tablecloth. She tried to reflect, to understand, and always, Always she had the same feeling, the same idea, and she could not help trying to express it in words. "You don't love me enough." She looked into his eyes as she spoke, concentrating her whole soul in her voice and in her gaze. "It is true. I don't love you enough," he answered. She made no sound. She was cut to the heart. The little sitting room, the inn, Pompeii, the whole world appeared to go whirling round her dizzily. She had a feeling as if her temples would burst open, and pressed her hands to them instinctively. "Ah, then," she said after a long pause, in a broken voice. "Ah, then, you have deceived me." "I have deceived you," he murmured humbly. "You haven't loved me?" "Not enough to forget everything else. I have already said so." "I understand. What was the use of lying?" "Because you were beautiful and good, and you loved me, and I didn't see this danger. I didn't dream that you would wish to give up everything in this way, that I should be unable to prevent you. Words, words. The essential is, you don't love me." "As you wish to be loved, as you deserve to be loved? No." "That is, without blind passion?" "Without blind passion." "That is, without fire, without enthusiasm?" "Without fire, without enthusiasm." "Then with what?" "With tenderness, with affection, with devotion." "It is not enough, not enough, not enough," she said monotonously, as if talking in her sleep. "Don't you know how to love differently? More as I love?" "No, I don't know how." "Do you ever think you can? Perhaps you can tomorrow, or in the future?" "No, I never can, Anna. I shall always prefer duty to happiness." "Poor, weak creature," she murmured with immense scorn. He lifted his eyes toward heaven, as if seeking strength to endure his martyrdom. "So," Anna went on slowly, "if we were to live together, you would be unhappy?" "We should both be unhappy, and the sight of your unhappiness, of which I should be the cause, would kill me." "Well, then?" "It is for you to say what you wish." The cruel, the terrible reality was clear to her. There was only one thing to be said, and that was so unexpectedly dreadful that she hesitated to say it. The truth was so horrible she could not bear to give it shape in speech. She looked at him, at this man who, to save her, inflicted such inexpressible pain on her. And he understood that Anna could not pronounce the last words. He himself, in spite of his great courage, could not speak them. Those last words, for he loved the girl wildly. The terrible truth appalled them both. She got up stiffly and went to the window and leaned her forehead against the glass, looking out over the country and down the lane that led to the little station. Twice before that day she had looked at the same silent landscape, but in the morning, when she was all alone, waiting, thrilling with hope, and again, only an hour ago, leaning on Giustino's arm, she had possessed entire the priceless treasure of a great love. Now all was over. Never more would she know the delight of love. All was over. All. Giustino had not moved from where he sat with his face buried in his hands. Suddenly, Anna seized him by the shoulders, faced him to raise his head, and began to speak, so close to him that he could feel her warm breath on his cheek. "And yet you did love me. she said passionately. "You cannot deny it. I know it. I have seen you turn pale when you met me, as pale as I myself. If I spoke to you, my voice made your eyes brighten, as your voice made my heart leap. You looked for me everywhere, as I looked for you, feeling that the world would be colorless without love. And your letters bore the imprint of a great tenderness. But that is love, true love, passionate love, which isn't forgotten in a day or in a year, for which a whole lifetime is not sufficient. It isn't possible that you don't love me anymore. You do love me. You are deceiving me when you say you don't. I don't know why. But speak the truth. Tell me that it is impossible for you to have got over such a passion." He felt all his courage leaving him under this tumult of words. Justino, think of what you're doing in denying our love. Think of the 2 lives you are ruining. For you yourself will be as miserable as I. Justino, you will kill me if you leave me here. I shall kill myself. Let us go away. Let us go away together. Take me away. You love me. Let us start at once. Now is the time. It seemed for a moment as if he were on the point of giving way. He was a man with a man's nerves, a man's senses, a man's heart, and he loved her ardently. But when again she begged him to fly with her, and he felt himself almost yielding, he made a great effort to resist her. "I cannot, Anna. I cannot," he said in a low voice. "Then you wish me to die?" "You won't die. You are young. You will live to be happy again." "All is over for me, Justino. This is death." "No, it's not death, Anna." "You talk like Cesare Diaz," she cried, moving away from him. "You speak like a skeptic who has neither love nor faith. You are like him, corrupt, cynical." "You insult me, but you're right. I am dishonored. Do you realize that? I am a fugitive from my people. I am alone here with you in a hotel. I am dishonored. Dishonored! Coward that you are! You can go home quietly, having had an amusing adventure. But I have no home anymore. I was a good girl. Now I am lost." "Your people know where you are and what you have done, that you have done nothing wrong. They know that you have done it in response to a generous impulse for one who was not worthy of you, but who has respected you." "And who told them?" "I." "When?" "This morning." "To whom did you tell it?" "To your sister and your guardian." "Did they come to ask you?" "No, I went to them." "And what did you agree upon amongst you?" "That I should come here and meet you." "And then?" "That I should leave you." "When?" "When Cesare Diaz was ready to come and fetch you." "It was a beautiful plan," she said icily. "The plan of calm, practical men. Bravo! Bravo! You ran to my people to exculpate yourself, to accuse me, to reassure them. Good! Good! I am a mad child, guilty of a youthful escapade which fortunately hasn't touched my reputation. You denounced me, told them that I wanted to elope with you, and you are a gentleman. Good! The whole thing was wonderfully well combined. I am to return home with Cesare Diaz as if I had made a harmless little excursion, and what's done is done. You're right, of course. Cesare Diaz is right. Laura Acquaviva, who has never loved and who despises those who love. Laura is right. You are all right. I alone am wrong. Oh, the laughable adventure! To attempt an elopement and to fail in it because the man won't elope. To return home because your lover has denounced you to your family. What a comedy! You are right. There has been no catastrophe. The solution is immensely humorous. I know it. I am like a suicide who didn't kill herself. You are right. I am wrong. You. And she looked him full in the face, withering him with her glance. Be gone. I despise you. Be gone. Anna, don't send me away like this. Be gone! The cowardly way in which you have behaved is past contempt. Be gone. We mustn't part like this. We are already parted. Utterly separated. We have always been separated. Go away. Anna, what I have done for your sake, for your good. Now you send me away. Afterwards you will do me justice. I am an honorable man. That is my sin. I don't know you. Good day. But what will you do alone here? That doesn't concern you. Good day. Let me wait for Cesare Diaz. If you don't go at once, I'll open the window and throw myself from the balcony, she said with so much firmness that he believed her. Goodbye, then. Goodbye. She stood in the middle of the room, a small red spot burning in each of her cheeks, and watched him go out, heard him descend the staircase, slowly, with the heavy step of one bearing a great burden. She leaned from the window and saw the shadow of a man issue from the door of the inn. It was Giustino. He stood still for a moment, and then turned into the high road that leads to Pompeii from Torre Annunziata, and again stood still, as if to wait for somebody there. Anna saw him turn towards the window of the hotel and gaze up at them earnestly. At last he moved slowly away and disappeared. Anna came back into the room and threw herself upon the sofa, biting its cushions to keep herself from screaming. Her head was on fire, but she couldn't weep. Not a tear, not a single tear. And in the midst of her trouble, constantly, whether as at one moment she was pitying herself as a poor child to whom a monstrous wrong had been done, or as, at the next, burning with a scorn as a great lady offended in her prize, or again, blushing with shame as she thought of the imminent arrival of Cesare Diaz. In the midst of it all, through it all, constantly one little agonizing, implacable phrase kept repeating itself. All is over. All is over. All is over. Presently a servant brought in a light. Please, madam, do you mean to stay the night? He asked. No. The train for Naples has already left. You can go back by way of Torre Annunziata in a carriage. Someone is coming for me, she said. The servant left the room. By and by, she heard her name called. Anna! Anna! She fell on her knees before Cesare Diaz, sobbing. Forgive me! Forgive me! He, with a tremor in his voice, murmured, My poor child. And at home, in her own house, she said to her sister, Laura, forgive me. My poor Anna. End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3. 3. For 3 weeks, Anna lay at the point of death, prey to a violent attack of scarlet fever. alternating between delirium and stupor, and always moaning in her pain, while Laura, Stella Martini, and a sister of charity watched at her bedside. But she did not die. The fever reached its crisis and then, little by little, day by day, abated. At last her struggle with death was finished, but Anna had lost in it the best part of her youth. Thus a valorous warrior survives the battle indeed, but returns to his friends the phantom of himself, an object of pity to those who saw him set forth, strong and gallant. When the early Neapolitan spring began to show itself at the end of February, she was convalescent, but so weak that she could scarcely support the weight of her thick black hair. Stella Martini tried very patiently to comb it so gently that Anna should not have to move, braiding it in 2 long plaits. In this way it would seem less heavy. From time to time, a big tear would roll down the invalid's cheek. She was weeping silently, slowly, and when Laura or Stella Martini or Sister Crucifisca would ask her, "What is it? What can we do for you?" Anna would answer with a sign which seemed to say, "Let me weep. Perhaps it will do me good to weep." "Let her weep. It will do her good to weep," was what the great doctor Antonio Amati had said also. "Let her do whatever pleases her. Refuse her nothing if you can help it." So her nurses, obedient to the doctor, did not try to prevent her weeping, did not even try to speak comforting words to her. Perhaps it was not so much an act of sorrow that made her shed those tears as a sort of sad relief. Cesare Diaz, during this anxious time, put aside his occupations of a gay bachelor and called 2 or 3 times a day at the palace in Piazza Girolomini to inquire how Anna was. The 2 girls had no nearer relative than he, and he indeed was not a relative. He was their guardian, an old friend of their father's, a companion of the youthful sports of Francesco Acquaviva. The young wife of Francesco had died 5 years after the birth of her second daughter, Laura, who resembled her closely, and thereupon her husband had proceeded to shorten his own life by throwing himself into every form of worldly dissipation. The 2 children, growing up in the house, motherless in the midst of profuse luxury, could exert no restraining influence upon their father, who seemed bent upon enjoying every minute of his existence as if he realized that its end was near. His constant companion was the cold, calm, skeptical Cesare Diaz, a man who appeared to despise the very pleasures it was his one business to pursue. And when Francesco Acquaviva fell ill and was about to die, he could think of nothing better than to make the partner of his follies the guardian of his children. Cesare Diaz had discharged his duties, not without some secret annoyance, with a gentlemanlike correctness, never treating his wards with much familiarity, rarely showing himself in public with them, keeping them at a distance, indeed, and feeling very little interest in them. He was their guardian, he, a man who, of all things, had least desired to have a family, who spent the whole of his income upon himself, who hated sentiment, who had no ideal of friendship. Cesare Diaz, a man without tenderness, without affection, without sympathy, was the guardian of 2 young girls. He was this by the freak of Francesco Acquaviva. Diaz would be glad enough when the day came for the girls to marry. When people congratulated him upon his situation as a rich bachelor with no obligations, he responded with a somewhat sarcastic smile. "Pity me, rather. I've got 2 children, a legacy from Francesco Acquaviva." "Oh, they'll soon be married." "I hope so," he murmured devoutly. As he watched the girls grow up, the character of Laura, haughty and reserved and silent, as if she had already known 1,000 disillusions, began vaguely to please him, as if he saw obscurely in a looking-glass a face that distantly resembled his own, a faint admiration which was really but reflex admiration of himself. The character of Anna, on the contrary, open, loyal, impressionable, and impulsive, a character full of strong likes and dislikes, imaginative, enthusiastic, generous, had always roused in him a certain antipathy. In her presence, he seemed even colder and more indifferent than elsewhere, merciless for all human weakness, disdainful of all human interests. It would have been a miracle if two such incompatible natures, each so positive, had not repelled each other. Sometimes, though, Anna could not help feeling a certain secret respect for this man, who perhaps had good reasons born of suffering, for the contempt with which he regarded his fellow beings. And sometimes Diaz told himself that it was ridiculous to be angry with this strange child, for she was a worthy daughter of Francesco Acquaviva, a man who had tossed his life to the winds of pleasure. Diaz asked himself scornfully, "What does it matter?" And so, when he learned that his ward had fallen in love with an obscure and penniless youth, he shrugged his shoulders, murmuring, "Rhetoric." He deemed it wiser not to speak to her about the matter, for he knew that the flame of love is only fanned by the wind of contradiction. Besides, it is always useless to talk sensibly to a silly girl. When Giustino Morelli had called upon him and humbly asked for Anna's hand, Diaz opposed to the ingenuous eloquence of love the cynical philosophy of the world, and thought his trouble ended when he saw the young man go away, pale and resigned. "Rhetoric, rhetoric," was his mental commentary, and he had a theory that what he called rhetoric could be trusted to die a natural death. So he went back to his usual occupation, giving the affair no further thought. But chemical analysis cannot explain spontaneous generation. Criticism cannot explain genius, and no more can cold reason explain or understand youthful passion. When it came to the knowledge of Cesare Diaz that Anna had left her home to give herself into the keeping of a poor nobody, he was, for a moment, stupefied. He seemed for a moment to have a vision of that force whose existence he had hitherto doubted, which can lift hearts up to dizzy heights and human beings far above convention. He was a man of few words, a man of action, but now he was staggered, nonplussed. A child who could play her reputation and future like this inspired him with a sort of vague respect, a respect for the power that moved her. Ah, there was a convolution in the soul of Cesare Diaz, the man of fixed ideas and easy aphorisms, who suddenly found himself face to face with a moral crisis in which the life of his young ward might be wrecked. And he felt a pang of self-reproach. He ought to have watched more carefully over her. He ought to have been kinder to her. He ought not to have left her to walk unguided in the dangerous path of youth and love. He felt a certain pity for the poor weak creature, who had gone, as it were, headlong over a precipice without calling for help. He thought that, if she had been his own daughter, he would have endeavored to cultivate her common sense, to show her that it was impossible for people to live constantly at concert pitch. He had, therefore, failed in his duties towards her, in his office of protector and friend. And yet, what faith her dead father, Francesco Acquaviva, had had in him, in his wisdom, in his affection. Anna, who had hitherto inspired him only with that disdain which practical men feel for sentimentalists, now moved him to compassion, as a defenseless being exposed to all the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. And during his drive from Naples to Pompeii, he promised himself that he would be very kind to her, very gentle. If she had flown from her home, it was doubtless because the love that Giustino Morelli bore her had appeared greater to her than the love of her own people. And doubtless, too, there are hearts to whom love is as necessary as bread is to the body. Never before had Cesare Diaz felt such an emotion as beset him now during that long drive to Pompeii. For years he had been on his guard against such emotions. And accordingly, after that fatal day on which he brought her back to her house, he and Laura and Stella Martini all tried to create round Anna a peaceful atmosphere of kindness and indulgence, as if she had committed a grave but generous error by whose consequences she alone was hurt. Laura, silent, thoughtful, with her dreamy gray eyes, her placid face, nursed Anna through her fever with quiet, sisterly devotion. Cesare Diaz called every morning, entering the room on tiptoe, inquiring with a glance how the sufferer was doing. Then, seating himself at a distance from the bed without speaking. If Anna looked up, if he felt her big, sorrowful black eyes turned upon his face, he would ask in a gentle voice, the voice of that day, how she felt. She would answer with a faint smile, "Better," and would shut her eyes again and go back to her interior contemplations. Cesare Diaz, after that, would get up noiselessly and go away, to come again in the afternoon, and still again in the evening, perhaps for a longer visit. Laura, always dressed in white, would meet him in the sitting-room, and he would ask, "Is she better?" "She seems to be." "Has she been asleep today?" "No, I don't think she has been asleep." "Has she said anything?" "Not a word." "Who is to watch her tonight?" "I." "You will wear yourself out." "No, no." Nothing else passed between them. Often he would arrive in the evening wearing his dress suit. He had dined at his club and was off for a card party or a first night at the theater. Then he would remain standing, with his overcoat open, his hat in his hand. At such a time, a little warmed up by the dinner he had eaten or the amusements that awaited him, Cesare Diaz was still a handsome man. His dull eyes shone with some of their forgotten brightness, his cheeks had a little color in them, and his smooth black hair gave him almost an appearance of youth. One who had seen him in the morning, pale and exhausted, would scarcely have recognized him. Laura would meet him and part with him, never asking whence he came or whither he was bound. When he had said good night, she would return to Anna, slowly, with her light footsteps that merely brushed the carpet. Cesare Diaz told himself that if he wished to make his sick ward over morally, now was the time to begin, while her body was weak and her soul malleable. It would be impossible to transform her spirit after she had once got back her strength. Anna was completely prostrated, passing the entire day without moving, her arms stretched out at full length, her hands pale and cold, her face turned on the side, her two rich plaits of black hair extended on her pillow. Bloodless her cheeks, her lips, her brow, lifeless the glance of her eyes. When spoken to, she answered with a slight movement of the head, or at most 1 or 2 words, always the same. "How do you feel?" "Better." "Do you wish for anything?" "Nothing." "Is there nothing you would like?" "No." thanks." Whereupon she would close her eyes again, exhausted. Nothing more would be said by those round her, but Anna knew that they were there, silent, talking together by means of significant glances. One day, Cesare Diaz and Laura Acquaviva felt they could mark a progress in Anna's convalescence, because 2 or 3 times she had looked at them with an expression of such earnest penitence, with such an eager prayer for pardon in her sad, dark eyes, that words were not necessary to tell what she felt. Soon afterwards, she seemed to wish to be left alone with Diaz, as if she had a secret to confide to him, but he cautiously thought it best to defer any private talk. However, one morning it so happened that he found himself alone in her room. He was reading a newspaper when a soft voice said, "Listen." Cesare Diaz looked at her. Her black eyes were again beseeching forgiveness, and Anna stammered, "What must you have thought? What must you have said of me?" "You must not excite yourself, my dear," he said kindly. "I was so wicked," she sobbed. "Don't talk like that, dear Anna. You were guilty of nothing more than a girlish folly." "A sin! A sin!" "You must call things by their right names, and not let your imagination get the better of you," he answered, somewhat coldly. "A youthful folly." "Well, be it as you wish," she said humbly. "But if you knew—" "There, there," murmured Cesare Diaz with the shadow of a smile. "Calm yourself. We'll speak of this another day." Laura had come back into the room, and her presence cut short their talk. That evening, by the faint light of a little lamp that hung before an image of the Virgin at her bedside, Anna saw the big gray eyes of Laura gazing at her inquiringly, and therewith she raised herself a little on her pillow and called her sister to her. "You are good. You don't know. You mustn't excite yourself. You are innocent, Laura, but you are my sister. Don't judge me harshly." "I don't judge you, Anna." "Laura, Laura." "Be quiet, Anna." Laura's tone was a little hard, but with her hand she gently caressed her sister's cheek, and Anna said nothing more. As her recovery progressed, an expression of humility, of contrition, seemed to become more and more constant upon her face when she had to do with Laura or with Diaz. They were very kind to her, with that pitying kindness which we show to invalids, to old people, and to children, a kindness in marked contrast to their former indifference, which awoke in her an ever sharper and sharper remorse. She felt a great difference between herself and them. They were sane in body and mind, their blood flowed tranquilly in their veins, their consciences were untroubled, while she was broken in health, disturbed in spirit, and miserable in thinking of her past, its deceits, its errors, its 1,000 shameful aberrations, its lack of maidenly decorum. And for whom? For whom? For a fool, a simpleton, a fellow who had neither heart nor courage, who had never loved her, who was cruel and inept. When she drew a mental comparison between Giustino Morelli and these 2 persons whom she had wished to desert for him, between Giustino, so timid, so poor in all right feeling, so bankrupt in passion, and them, so magnanimous, so forgetful of her fault, her repentance grew apace. It was the exaggerated repentance of a noble nature which magnifies the moral gravity of its own transgressions. She felt herself to be quite undeserving of the sympathy and affection with which they treated her. Their kindness was an act of gratuitous charity beyond her merits. she would look from Laura to Cesare Diaz and murmur, "You are good, you are good." And then at the sound of her own voice she would be so moved that she would weep, and pale with great dark circles under her eyes, she would repeat, "So good, so good." Her sole desire was to show herself absolutely obedient to whatever her guardian demanded, to whatever her sister advised. She gave herself over, bound hand and foot, to these two beings whom she had so cruelly forgotten on the day of her mad adventure. In her convalescence, she found a great joy in throwing herself absolutely upon their wisdom and their goodness. Little by little, it seemed to her that she was being born again to a new life, quiet, placid, irresponsible. A life in which she would have no will of her own, in which, passively, gladly, she would be guided and controlled by them. So whenever they spoke to her, whenever they asked for her opinion, whether a window should be opened or closed, whether a bouquet of flowers should be left in the room or carried out, whether a note should be written to a friend who had called to inquire how she was, she always said, "Yes," or, "As you think best," emphasizing her answer with a gesture and a glance. Yes, to whatever Cesare Diaz suggested to her, Cesare Diaz, who had grown in her imagination to the proportions of a superior being, far removed from human littleness, invincible, dwelling in the highest spheres of abstract intellect, and, yes, to whatever Laura Aquaviva suggested, Laura the pure, the impeccable, who had never had the weakness to fall in love, who would die rather than be wanting to her ideal of herself. Yes, to whatever her poor governess Stella Martini suggested. Stella, so kind, so faithful, whom in the past she had so heartlessly deceived. Yes, to the good sister of charity, Maria del Crocifisso, who passed her life in self-sacrifice, in self-abnegation, in loving devotion to others. Yes, to everybody. Anna said nothing but yes, because she had been wrong, and they had all been right. She was getting well. Nothing remained of her illness except a mortal weakness, a heaviness of the head, an inability to concentrate her mind upon one idea, a desire to rest where she was, not to move from her bed, from her room, not to lift her hands, to keep her eyes closed, her cheek buried in her pillow. Cesare Diaz called daily after luncheon, at 2:00, an hour when men of the world have absolutely nothing to do, for visits are not in order till 4. The girls waited for him every afternoon. Laura, with her appearance of being above all earthly trifles, showing neither curiosity nor eagerness. Anna, with a secret anxiety because he would bring a sense of calmness and strength, a breath of the world's air, and especially because he seemed so firm, so imperturbable, that she found it restorative merely to look at him, as weaklings find restorative the sight of those who are robust. He would chat a little, giving the latest gossip, telling where the last night's ball had been, who had gone upon a journey, who had got married, but always with that tone of disdain, that tone of the superior being who sees but is not moved, and yet who seeks to conceal his boredom, which was characteristic of him. Sometimes, though, he would laugh outright at the society he moved in, had its pleasures, had its people, burlesquing and caricaturing them, and ridiculing himself for being led by them. "Oh, you!" cried Anna with an indescribable intonation of respect. She listened eagerly to everything he said. Her fragile soul was like a butterfly that lights on every tiniest flower. These elegant and meaningless frivolities, these experiences without depth or significance, These axioms of social code that turned appearances into idols, all this worthless baggage delighted her enfeebled imagination. Her heart seemed to care for nothing but little things. She admired Cesare Diaz as a splendid and austere man whom destiny had thrown amidst inferior surroundings, and who adapted himself to them without losing any of his nobler qualities. She told herself that his was a great soul that had been born too soon, perhaps too late. He was immeasurably above his times, yet with quiet fortitude he took them in good part. When he displayed his scorn for all human ambitions, speaking of how transitory everything pertaining to this world is in its nature, when he derided human folly and human beings who in the pursuit of follies lose their fortunes and their reputations, when he said that the only human thing deserving of respect was success, when he said that all generosity was born of some secret motive of selfishness, that all virtue was the result of some weakness of character or of temperament, she, immensely impressed, having forgotten during her fever the emotional reasons to be opposed to such effete and corrupt theories, bowed her head, answering sadly, "You are right." Now that she was able to sit up, they were often alone together. Laura would leave them to go and read in the sitting room, or to receive callers in the drawing room, or to walk out with Stella Martini. She could always find some pretext for taking herself off. She was a reserved, silent girl who knew neither how to live nor how to love as others did. It was best to leave her to her taste for silence, for self-absorption. Cesare Diaz, a little anxious about her, asked Anna, "What is the matter with Laura?" "She is good. She is the best girl alive," Anna answered, with the feeling she always showed when she named her sister. Cesare Diaz looked at her fixedly. He looked at her like this whenever her voice betrayed emotion. It seemed to him that it was her old nature revealing itself again. He wished to stamp it out, to suffocate it. Her heart was defenseless, too impressionable, the heart of a child. He wished to turn it into a heart of bronze, which would be unaffected by the breath of passion. Always, therefore, when Anna allowed her soul to vibrate in her voice, Cesare Diaz, naturally serious and composed enough, seemed to become more serious, more austere. His eyes hardened into glass, and Anna felt that she had displeased him. She knew that she displeased him as often as anything in her manner could recall that wild adventure which had sullied her innocence of her girlhood. As often as she gave any sign of being deeply moved. If she turned pale, if she bowed her head, if she wept. Cesare Diaz hated all such manifestations of sentimental weakness. Sometimes, when Anna could no longer control herself and her emotion could not be prevented from shining in her eyes, he would pretend not to notice it. Sometimes he would demand, "What is the matter?" "Nothing," said she, timidly conscious that by her timidity she but displeased him the more. "Always the same, incorrigible," he murmured, shaking his head hopelessly. "Forgive me, I can't help it," she besought him with an imploring glance. "You shouldn't say of anything that you can't help. You should be strong enough to govern yourself in all circumstances," was the axiom of Cesare Diaz. "I will try." One day in April, Stella Martini, coming home from a walk with Laura, brought her some flowers, some beautiful wild rosebuds, which in Naples blossom so early in the year. Anna was seated in an easy chair near the window, through which entered the soft spring air, and when she saw Laura and Stella come into the house, Laura dressed in white, breathing peace and youth from every line in her figure, Stella with her face that seemed to have been scalded and shriveled up by tears shed long ago, both bearing great quantities of fresh roses. The poor girl's heart swelled with an indescribable tenderness. Holding the roses in her hand, she caressed them, touched them with her face, buried her lips in them, and said under her voice, "Thank you, thank you," as if in her weakness she could find no other words to express her pleasure. Cesare Diaz, arriving a little later, found her in rapt contemplation over her flowers, her great fond eyes glowing with joy. A shadow crossed his face. "See, they have brought me these flowers," she said. "Aren't they lovely?" "I see them," he said dryly. "Aren't you fond of flowers? They're so fresh and fragrant. I hope you're fond of them. I adore them." And in the fervor of her last phrase, she closed her eyes. It occurred to him that she had doubtless, not so very long ago, spoken the same words of a man, and he realized that, in spite of her illness, in spite of her repentance, she was ever the same Anna Aquaviva who had once flown from her home and people. He lifted his eyebrows, and his ebony walking stick beat rather nervously against his chair. "Would you like a rose?" she asked to placate him. "No." "Why not?" "Because I don't care for flowers." "What? Not even to wear in your buttonhole when you go into society?" she asked, trying to jest. "They're not de rigueur. Flowers are pretty enough in their way, but I assure you I have never had the weakness to weep over them or to say that I adore them." "I was wrong. I said too much." "You always say too much. You lack a sense of proportion. There are a great many things a girl shouldn't say, lest if she begins by saying them, she should end by doing them. The woman who says too much is lost." Anna turned as white as the collar of her frock. It had come at last, the reproof she had so long been waiting for and secretly dreading. He had put in a single brief sentence. The woman who says too much is lost. Once upon a time, 6 months ago, for instance, she would have endured such a reproof from no one. Such a bitter reference to her past, she would have retorted hotly, especially if the speaker had been Cesare Diaz. But now, so weakened was she by her illness and her sorrow, there was not a fiber in her that resented it. Her blood slept in her veins. Her heart contained nothing but penitence. The woman who says too much is lost. Cesare Diaz was right. "It is true," she said. And yet, as she said it, a new grief was born within her, as if she had renounced some precious possession of her soul, broken some holy vow. Cesare's face cleared. He had won a victory. "Anna," he went on, "every time you allow yourself to be carried away by sentimentalism, that you employ exaggerated expressions, that you indulge in emotional rhetoric, I assure you, you displease me greatly. How ridiculous if life were to be passed in saying of people, houses, landscapes, flowers, 'I adore them.' Don't you see what a convulsive, hysterical frame of mind that is? As if life were nothing but a smile, a tear, a kiss. Do you know to what this sort of thing inevitably leads? You know." Spare me, I entreat you." "I can't, dear. First, you must agree with me that your attitude towards life, though a generous one if you like, is not a wise one, and that it leads to the gravest of errors. Am I right?" "You are right." "You must agree with me that that sort of thing can only make ourselves and others miserable, whereas our duty is to be happy and to make others as happy as we can. Everything else is rhetoric. Am I right?" "You are right. You are always right. Finally, you must agree that it is better to be reasonable than to be sentimental. Better to be arid than to be rhetorical. Better to be silent than to speak out everything that is in one's heart. Better to be strong than to be weak. Am I not right? You are right. Always right. Anna, do you know what life is? No, I don't know what it really is. Life is a thing which is serious and absurd at the same time. She made no answer. She was silent and pensive. It is serious because it is the only thing we know about, because every man and every woman, in whatever rank or condition, is bound to be honest, well-behaved, worthy and proper, because if one is rich and noble, it is one's duty to be moral in a given way. If one is poor and humble, it is one's duty to be moral in another way. He saw that she was listening to him eagerly. He saw that he might hazard a great stroke. Giustino Morelli, he began softly. No, she cried, pressing her hands to her temples, her face convulsed with terror. Giustino Morelli, he repeated calmly. For heaven's sake, don't speak of him. Cesare Diaz appeared neither to see nor hear her. He wished to go to the bottom of the matter, courageously, piteously. He was a serious person, an honest man, he concluded. He was an infamous traitor, said Anna in a low voice, as if speaking to herself. Anna, he was an honest man. You ought to believe it. You will believe it. Never, never. Yes, you will. You ought to do him justice. I, who am a man, I must do him justice. He might have issued from his obscurity. He might have had money, a beautiful wife, a wife whom he loved, for he loved you. No, no. Everybody loves in his own way, my dear, retorted Cesare, icily. He loved you, but because he did not wish to be thought self-interested, because he did not wish the world to say of him that he had loved you for your money, because he did not wish to hear you, Anna, some day say the same thing, because he could not endure the accusation of having seduced a young girl for her fortune, because he was not willing to let you suffer, as for some years, at any rate, you would have had to suffer, from poverty and obscurity. He renounced you. Do you understand? He renounced you because he was honest. He renounced you, though in doing so he had to face your anger and your scorn. My dear, that man was a martyr to duty, to use one of your own phrases. Will you allow me to say something which may appear ungracious, but which is really friendly? Anna consented with a sign. Well, you have no just notion of the seriousness of life. All its responsibilities can be scattered by a caprice, by a passion, to quote what you yourself have said. You would brush aside all obstacles, and you would run the risk of losing all respect, all honor, all peace, all health. Thereby, life, Anna, is a very serious affair. With a bowed head, she could only answer by a gesture that said yes. And at the same time, it's a trifling matter, Anna. It was the corrupt, effete nobleman who now reappeared. The viveur who had drunk at every fountain, who was always bored and always curious, it was he who now took the place of the moral teacher. Anna looked up, surprised and shocked. Life is absurd, ridiculous, contemptible. The world is full of cruel parents, of false friends, of wives who betray their husbands, of husbands who maltreat their wives, of well-dressed swindlers, of thieving bankers. All of them in turn are judges and criminals. All appearances are deceitful. All faces lie. If by chance there turns up a man who seems really honest, nobody believes in him. Or if people believe in him, they despise him. The man who sacrifices himself, who makes some great renunciation. Poor Morelli gets nothing but disdain. But if all this is true, cried Anna sadly, then one must have the strength to keep one's own real feelings hidden. One must wear a mask. One must take other men and women at their proper value. One must march straight forward. Whether happy or miserable? She put this question with great anxiety, for she felt that when it was answered, her soul's point of interrogation would be changed to a full stop. The strong are happy, the weak are miserable. Only the strong can triumph. She was silent, oppressed and pained by his philosophy, by its bitterness, its sterile pride, its egotism and cruelty. It seemed as if he had built a sculpture from the ruins of her illusions. She felt that she no longer understood either her own nature or the external world. A sense of fear and of confusion had taken the place of her old principles and aspirations. And there was a great homesickness in her heart for love, for devotion, for tenderness, for enthusiasm, a great melancholy at the thought that she would never thrill with them again, that she would never weep again. She felt a great, indefinable longing, not for the past, not for the present, not for the future, a longing that related itself to nothing. And she realized that what Cesare Diaz had said was true, horribly, dreadfully, certainly true. She could be sure of nothing after this. She had lost her pole star. She was being swept round and round in a spiritual whirlpool. And he who had led her into it inspired her with fear, respect, and a vague admiration. He himself had got beyond the whirlpool. He was safe in port. Perhaps in despair, he had thrown overboard into the furious waves the most precious part of his cargo. Perhaps he was little better than a wreck. But what did it matter? He was in safe harbor. She was not sure whether it was better to brave out the tempest, to lose everything nobly and generously for the sake of love, or to save appearances, make for still waters, and in them enjoy a selfish tranquility. "You are strong?" she said. "Yes," he assented. "And are you happy? Really?" "Very happy. As happy as one can be." By and by she asked, "Have you always been happy?" Cesare Diaz did not answer. Tell me, have you always been happy?" "What does the past matter? Nothing." "And have you ever loved?" "The person who says too much is lost. The person who wants to know too much suffers. Don't ask." She chose a rose and offered it to him. He took it and put it into his buttonhole. At that instant, Laura Acquaviva entered the room. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4. At the opening of the San Carlo Theatre on Christmas night, the opera was The Huguenots. A first night at the San Carlo is always an event for the Neapolitan public, no matter what opera, old or new, is given. But when the work happens to be a favorite, the excitement becomes tremendous. The 2,000 persons, male and female, who constitute society in that town of 500,000 inhabitants, go about for a week beforehand from house to house, from café to café, predicting that the evening will be a success. The chief roles in the Huguenots were to be taken by De Giulio Borsi and Roberto Stagno. roles in which the public was to hear these artists for the first time, though they were already known to everybody, either by reputation or from having been heard in other operas. So, on that Christmas day, the 2,000 members of Neapolitan society put aside their usual occupations and arranged their time in such wise as to be ready promptly at 8 o'clock. The men in their dress suits, the women in rich and beautiful evening toilets. Everybody gave up something, a walk, a call, a luncheon, a nap, for the sake of getting betimes to the theater. By 7:30, the approaches to San Carlo, its portico, its big and little entrances, all brilliantly lighted by gas, were swarming like anthill with eager people. Some came on foot, the collars of their overcoats turned up, showing freshly shaven faces under their tall silk opera hats, or freshly waxed mustaches and beards newly pointed. Others came in cabs, and before the central door, under the portico, which was draped with flags, passed a constant stream of private carriages, depositing ladies muffled in opera cloaks of red velvet or white embroidery. By 8:15, the house was full. Anna and Laura Acquaviva, dressed in white silk and accompanied by Stella Martini, occupied box number 19 of the second tier. Cesare Diaz had a place in box number 4 of the first tier. Anna kept her eyes fixed upon him. He glanced up at her, but did not bow. He only turned and spoke a few words to the young man next to him, who thereupon aimed his opera glass at the girl's box. He was a young gentleman of medium height, with a blonde beard and blonde hair brushed straight back from his forehead. His brown eyes had an expression of great kindness. Anna kept her gaze fixed upon Cesare Diaz. If now and then she turned it toward the stage, it would only be for a brief moment. "That is Luigi Caracciolo," said Laura. "Who?" asked Anna. "Luigi Caracciolo, the man next to Diaz." "Ah." And again, Anna turned her face towards box number 4, where Cesare Diaz sat with Luigi Caracciolo. The rest of the theater hung round her in a sort of colored mist. The only thing she clearly saw was the narrow space where those two men sat together. Did they feel the magnetism of her gaze? Cesare Diaz, leaning forward, with his arm on the red velvet of the railing, was listening to the music of Meyerbeer. Now and then he cast an absent-minded gaze round the audience, the glance of a man who knows beforehand that he will find the usual people in the usual places. Luigi Caracciolo appeared to give little heed to the music. He was pulling his blonde beard and studying the ladies in the house through his opera glass, while a slight smile played upon his lips. Presently he fixed his glass on Anna's box. Had he felt that magnetism? At any rate, he kept his glass fixed upon Anna's box. The curtain fell on the first act. Cesare Diaz spoke a word or two to Luigi, and the two men rose and left their places. Suddenly, it seemed to Anna as if all the lights in the theater had been put out. "Stagno sang divinely," said Stella Martini. "Yes," responded Laura. "But didn't it strike you that he rather exaggerated?" "No, I can't say it did." Anna did not hear. Her eyes were closed. There was a rumor in the house of moving people. There was a sound of opening and closing doors. Fans fluttered, men changed their seats, people went and came. Many of the stalls were empty. The round of visits had begun. Husbands and brothers left their boxes to make place for other men beside their wives and sisters, to pay their respects to other men's wives and sisters. There was a babble of many voices idly chatting. It began in the first and second tiers, and it rose to the galleries, the stronghold of students, workmen, and clerks. Anna gazed sadly at that deserted box below her. All at once, she heard Laura say, Luigi Caracciolo and Cesare Diaz are with the Contessa della Magna. Anna turned round and raised her opera glass. They were indeed visiting the beautiful Countess. Anna could see the pale and noble face of Cesare Diaz, the youthful face of Caracciolo. The Contessa della Magna was an Australian, very clever, very witty. She wore a costume of red silk and kept waving a fan of red feathers as she talked vivaciously with the two men. She must have been saying something extremely interesting, to judge by the close attention with which they listened to her and by the smiles with which they responded. When Anna put down her opera glass, her face had become deathly pale. "Are you feeling ill?" asked Stella Martini. "No," the child replied, paler than ever. "Perhaps it's too hot here for you. Shall I open the door of the box?" suggested the governess. "Laura, will you change seats with me?" said Anna. Laura took Anna's place, and Anna retired to the back of the box, where she closed her eyes. "Do you feel better, dear?" "Thanks, much better. It was the heat." And she made as if to return to the front of the box, but Stella detained her, fearing that the heat there might again disturb her. So Anna stopped where she was, breathing the fresh air that came through the open door. "Do you like the Huguenots, Stella?" she asked, for the sake of saying something, in the hope, perhaps, of thus forgetting her desire to see what was going on in the box of the Contessa della Magna. "Very much. And you?" "I like it immensely." "I am afraid that later on you may find it too exciting. You know the fourth act is very terrible. Don't you dread the impression it will make upon you?" "It won't matter, Stella," she said with a faint smile. "Perhaps you would like to go home before the fourth act begins, if you feel nervous about it." "I am not nervous," she murmured, as if speaking to herself. "Or if I am, I'd rather suffer this way than otherwise." "We were wrong to come," said Stella, shaking her head. No, Stella, let us stay. I am all right. I am enjoying it. Don't take me home yet." And she went back to the front of the box, to the seat next to Laura's. "Cesare Diaz and Luigi Caracciolo have left the Contessa della Magna," said Laura. "Already? Perhaps they will come here," suggested Stella Martini. "I don't think so. There won't be time," said Laura. "There won't be time," assented Anna. The house had become silent again in anticipation of the second act. Here and there, someone who had delayed too long in a box where he was visiting would say goodbye quietly and return to his place. A few such visitors, better acquainted with their hosts, remained seated, determined not to move. Among the latter were, of course, the lovers of the ladies, the intimate friends of the husbands. From her present station, Anna Acquaviva could not look so directly down upon box number 4 of the first tier as from her former. She had to turn round a little in order to see it, and thus her interest in it was made manifest. Cesare Diaz and Luigi Caracciolo, after their visit to the Contessa della Magna, had taken a turn in the corridor to smoke a cigarette, and had then returned to their places. Anna, the creature of her hopes and her desires, could not resist the temptation to gaze steadily at her guardian, though she felt that thereby she was drawing upon herself the attention of all observers and exposing her deepest feelings to ridicule and misconstruction. And now the divine music of Meyerbeer surged up and filled the hall, and Anna was conscious of nothing else, of nothing but the music and the face of Cesare Diaz shining through it, like a star through the mist. How much time passed? She did not know. Twice her sister spoke to her. She neither heard nor answered. When the curtain fell again, and Anna issued from her trance, Laura said, "There is Giustino Morelli." "Ah!" cried Anna, unable to control a contraction of her features. But she had self-constraint enough not to ask, "Where?" falling suddenly from a heaven of rapture to the hard reality of her life, where traces of her old folly still lingered, hating her past and wishing to obliterate it from her memory, as the motives for it were already obliterated from her heart. She did not ask where he was. She covered her face with her fan, and 2 big tears rolled slowly down her cheeks. Stella Martini looked at her, desiring to speak, but fearing lest thereby she might only make matters worse. At last, "We were wrong to come here, Anna," she said. "No," responded Anna. "I am very well. I am very happy," she added enigmatically. The door of the box was slowly pushed open. Cesare Diaz and Luigi Caracciolo entered. With a word or two, their guardian presented the young man to the sisters. The men sat down, Cesare Diaz next to Anna and Luigi Caracciolo next to Laura. They began at once to talk in a light vein about the performance. Overcoming the tumult of her heart, Anna alone answered them. Stella Martini was silent, and Laura, with her eyes half shut, listened without speaking. "Stogno is a great artist. He is immensely talented," observed Luigi Caracciolo, with a bland smile, passing his fingers slowly through his blonde beard. "And so much feeling, so much sentiment," added Anna. "To say that he is talented, that he is an artist, is enough," replied Cesare Diaz, with an accent in which severity was tempered by politeness. Anna assented, bowing her head. "And for the rest, the number of decent opera singers on the modern stage is becoming less and less. We have a multitude of mediocrities, with here and there a star," continued Luigi Caracciolo. "Ah, I have heard the great ones," sighed Cesare Diaz. Yes, you must have heard Frascini, Negrini, and Nurit in their time," Luigi Caracciolo said, smiling with the fatuity of a fellow of 20 who imagines that his youth will last forever. "You were a boy when I heard them, that's a fact, which doesn't prevent my being an old man now," rejoined Cesare Diaz, with that shadow of melancholy in his voice which seemed so inconsistent with his character. "What do years matter?" asked Anna suddenly. "Other things matter much more. Other things affect us more profoundly, more intimately than years. Years are mere external, insignificant facts." "Thanks for that kindly defense, my dear," Cesare Diaz exclaimed, laughing. "But it only springs from the goodness of your heart." "From the radiance of youth," said Luigi Caracciolo, bowing to underline his compliment. Anna was silent and agitated. Nothing so easily upset her equilibrium as light wordly conversation based upon personalities and frivolous gallantry. Not enough," said Cesare Diaz, wishing to cap the compliment and at the same time to bring his own philosophy into relief. "As often as I find myself in the presence of these 2 girls, Luigi, who were 2 flowers of youthfulness, I seem to feel older than ever. I feel that I must be 100 at least. How many changes of government have I seen? 8 or 9, perhaps. Yes, I'm certainly more than 100, dear Anna." And he turned towards her with a slight ironical smile. "Why do you say such things? Such sad things," murmured Anna. "Indeed they are sad, indeed they are. Youth is the only treasure whose loss one may weep for the whole of one's life." "But don't feel badly about it, dear Cesare. Consider, isn't knowledge better than ignorance? Isn't the calm of autumn better than the storms of spring? You are our master, the master of us all. We all revere him, don't we, signorina?" said Luigi, turning to Anna. A shadow crossed Anna's face, and she let the conversation drop. "And you, who say nothing, responsible and placid Laura?" asked Cesare Diaz. "Which is better, youth or age? Which is better, knowledge or ignorance? Here are knotty problems submitted to your wisdom, dear Minerva. You are a young girl, but you are also Minerva. Illuminate us. Who would be happier, I, the master, or Caracciolo, my pupil?" Laura thought for a moment, with an intent expression in her beautiful eyes, and then answered, "It is best to combine the two, to have youth and wisdom together." "The problem is solved," cried Cesare Diaz. "And the entr'acte is over. Everything in its time. Good evening, good evening. Goodbye, Cesare," said Luigi. So Caracciolo took his leave, very correctly, without shaking hands with Diaz. Diaz had risen, but Luigi seemed to understand that he meant to stay in the girl's box. Anna, who had been looking up anxiously, waiting, looked down again now, reassured. The door closed noiselessly upon the young man. "A pleasant fellow," observed Cesare Diaz. "Very pleasant," agreed Stella Martini for politeness' sake, or perhaps because she desired to state her opinion. "In my quality of centenarian, I feel at liberty to stop where I am," said Cesare Diaz, reseating himself behind Anna, while beside him, behind Laura, sat Stella Martini. "You won't get a good view of the stage from there," said Stella. "I don't care to see. It will be enough to hear it, this fourth act." Anna said nothing. Courtesy forbade her looking directly at the scene, for thus she must have turned her back upon Cesare Diaz. It embarrassed her a little to feel him there behind her. She did not move. Their two chairs were so close together, and their two costumes made a striking contrast. His black dress suit, the modern and elegant uniform of the man of the world, so austere and so handsome in its soberness, and her gown of white silk, the ceremonial robe of a young girl in society. She was afraid her arm might touch Cesare's. He held his opera hat in his hand. She forbore to fan herself, lest he might have to change his position. Now and then she raised her handkerchief to her lips, as if to refresh them with the cool linen. While Saint-Prix, stirred by fanaticism, was telling the Catholic lords of the excesses of the Huguenots, and exciting them by his eloquence to share his fury, while the noble Neveu, the husband of Valentina, was protesting against the massacre, while through the silence of the theater, the grand musical poem of hatred, of wrath, of generosity, of love, and of piety was surging up to the fascinated audience, Anna was thrilling at the thought that Cesare Diaz was looking at her hair, at her lips, at her person. She felt that she was badly dressed, pale, awkward, stupid. Wasn't the Contessa de Lamagna 1,000 times more beautiful than she? The Contessa de Lamagna, with her dark complexion and her blue eyes, and her expression of girlish ingenuousness deliciously contrasted with womanly charm. The Contessa de Lamagna, whom Cesare Diaz had visited before coming to his ward's box. Wasn't there 100 women of their set present in the theater this evening, each of them lovelier than she? Young girls, smiling brides, and ladies to whom maturity lent a richer attraction, all of them acquaintances of Cesare Diaz, who, from time to time, looked at them through his opera glass. And indeed, her own sister, the wise Minerva, was she not more beautiful, more maidenly, more poetical than Anna? Was it not because of her beauty, her pure profile, her calm smile, that Cesare had called her by that gracious name, Minerva? Anna bowed her head, as if oppressed by the heat and the music, but really from a sense of self-contempt and humiliation. There was a looking-glass behind her. She was sorry now that she hadn't made an inspection of herself in it on entering the box. She had forgotten her own face. Fantastically, she imagined it as brown and scarred and hideously pallid. Her white frock made it worse. She registered a silent vow that she would always hereafter wear black. Only blonde women could afford to dress in white. "You have dropped your fan," said Cesare Diaz, stooping to recover it. He smiled as he handed it to her. "Thank you," said she, taking the fan. Presently, she put it down on an empty chair next to her. Cesare Diaz picked it up and began to fan himself. Then he pressed it to his face. "What is it perfumed with?" he asked. "Heliotrope." "I like it," he said, and put the fan down. She was burning with a desire to take it, to touch what he had touched, but she dared not. Cesare Diaz leaned forward a little to look at the stage. He was so close to her, it seemed to Anna that she could hear him breathe. For her own part, a sort of intoxication, due no doubt in some measure to the passionate art of the great composer whose music surged like a flood about her, she mounted from her heart to her brain. She was conscious of nothing save a great world of love, save the near presence of Cesare Diaz. Her soul held a new and precious treasure, a new joy. She delighted herself with the illusion that the beating of her own heart was the beating of Cesare's. She forgot everything, the place, the time, the future, youth, age, beauty, everything. Motionless with her eyes cast down, she seemed to float in a wave of soft, warm light, aware of one single sweet sensation, his nearness to her. She had forgotten the stage, the people round her, Stella Martini, her sister Laura. The music itself was only a distant echo. Her whole being was concentrated in an ecstasy which she hoped might never end. She did not dare to move or speak, lest she might thereby wake from her heavenly dream. She had again entered anew into the land of passion. She was one of those natures which, having ceased to love, begin again to love. "I could die like this," she thought. She felt that she could die thus, in a divine moment, when new love, young and strong, has not yet learned the lessons of sorrow, of shame, of worldly wickedness that await it. It would be sweet to die with one's illusions undisturbed, to die in the fullness of youth, before one's ideals have begun to decay, to die loving, rather than to live to see love die. So on the stage, Raoul and Valentina, victims of an irrepressible but impossible passion, were calling upon heaven for death, praying to be allowed to die in their divine moment of love. Anna, recoiling from the thought of the future, with its inevitable vicissitudes, struggles, tears, and disappointments, realized the fascination of death. Involuntarily, she looked at Cesare. He smiled upon her, and thereat she smiled too, like his faithful image in a mirror. And her sublime longing to die disappeared before the reality of his smile. She looked at him again, but this time he was intent upon the scene. Anna felt that her love was being sung for her by the artists there, by Raoul and Valentina. Cesare said to her, "How beautiful it is." "It is beautiful," she murmured, bowing her head. It seemed to her that his voice had been unusually soft. What was the reason? What commotion was taking place in his heart? She asked herself these questions, but could not answer them. She loved him. That was enough. She loved him. She could not hope to be loved by him. The music ceased. The curtain fell. "Have you ordered the carriage?" Cesare Diaz asked of Stella Martini. "Yes, for 12 o'clock. "If you'll wait for me a moment, I'll go and get my overcoat." The ladies were putting on their cloaks when Cesare came back, wearing his hat and overcoat. He helped Stella on with hers, then Laura, then Anna. and looking at the sisters, he said, "You ought to have your portraits painted, dressed like this. I assure you, you are looking extremely handsome. I speak as a centenarian." Laura smiled. Anna looked down, embarrassed. Her trouble was increased when she saw Cesare politely offer his arm to Stella Martini. Had she hoped that he would offer it to her? He motioned to the girls to take the lead in leaving the box. Anna put her arm through Laura's and went out slowly. He conducted them to their carriage, and when they were safely in it, "I shall walk," he said. "It's such a fine evening. Good night." In the darkness, as they drove home, Laura asked, "Did you see Giustino Morelli?" "No, he wasn't there." "What do you mean? He was there." "For me, he wasn't there. Giustino Morelli is dead." End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5. Cesare Diaz encouraged the attentions which his young friend Luigi Caracciolo was paying to his ward, Anna Acquaviva. He encouraged them quietly, with the temperance which he showed in all things, not with the undisguised eagerness of a father anxious to marry off his daughter. And yet he was certainly anxious to marry her off. He was anxious to hand his responsibilities over to a husband, to confide to the care of another the safeguarding of that ardent and fragile soul, which threatened at any moment to fall into emotional errors. 1,000 symptoms that could not escape his observant eye kept him in a state of secret nervousness about her. It was true, nevertheless, that she had greatly changed for the better. Thanks to his constant watchfulness, to his habit of reproving her whenever she betrayed the impulsive side of her nature, to his sarcasm, to his biting speech, she had indeed greatly changed in manner. A desire to obey him, to please him, a painless resignation, a loving humility, showed themselves in everything she said and did. He saw that she was making mighty efforts to dominate the impetuousness of her character. He saw that she listened with close attention to his talk, trying to reconcile herself to those perverse theories of his which pained her mortally. That was what he called giving her a heart of bronze, strengthening her against the snares and delusions of the world. If he could but deprive her of all capacity for enthusiasm, he would thereby deprive her of all capacity for suffering as well. Cesare Diaz congratulated himself upon this labor of his, glorifying himself as a sort of creator who had known how to make over the most refractory of all metals, human nature. And yet his mind was not quite at ease. Her docility, her obedience, her self-control roused his suspicions. He began to ask himself whether the girl might not be a monster of hypocrisy, whether under her tranquil surface she might not still be on fire within. But had she not always been a model of sincerity? Her very faults, had they not sprung from the truthfulness and generosity of her nature? No. The hypothesis of hypocrisy was untenable. Cesare Diaz was far too intelligent to believe that the intimate essence of a soul can undergo alteration. It was impossible that a soul so essentially truthful as Anna's should suddenly become hypocritical. And yet he was not easy in his mind. What profound reason, what occult motive could be at the bottom of Anna's change of front? What was it that enabled her and persuaded her to withhold her tears, suppress her sobs, and master the ardor of her temperament? Ah, no, Cesare Diaz was not easy in his mind. He knew the strength of his own will. He understood his own power to rule people and to impose his wishes upon them. But that was not enough to account for the conditions that puzzled him. There must be something else. He was not anxious about Laura, the wise and beautiful Minerva he could marry whenever he liked to whomever he liked. He was sure that Laura would be able to take care of herself. He held the opinion common to men of 40 that marriage was the only destiny proper for a young girl, and it was only by means of a marriage that he would be able to relieve himself of his weight of responsibility in respect of Anna Acquaviva. So, as often as he decently could, he brought meetings to pass between Luigi Caracciolo and his wards, sometimes at the theater, sometimes in the Villa Nazionale, sometimes at parties and dances. Indeed, it would seldom happen that Cesare would speak to the girls in public without the handsome young Luigi Caracciolo appearing a few minutes later. There was probably a tacit understanding between the two men. Anna seemed to be unconscious of what was going on. Whenever her guardian approached her, presenting himself with that elegant manner which was one of his charms, she welcomed him with a luminous smile, giving him her hand, gazing at him with brilliant, joyful eyes, listening eagerly to what he had to say, and by every action showing him her goodwill. And when, in turn, Luigi Caracciolo followed, she gave him a formal handshake and exchanged a few words with him, distantly, coldly. He would try his hardest to shine before her, to bring the talk round to subjects with which he was familiar, but their interviews were always so short. At the theater, between the acts, at the villa, walking together for 10 minutes at the utmost, at a ball, during a quadrille, and always in the presence of Laura or Stella or the Marchese Scibola, the girl's distant cousin, who often chaperoned them, and always watched from afar by their guardian Cesare Diaz. The relations between Luigi Caracciolo and Anna Acquaviva were such as, save in rare exceptional cases, always exist between people of the aristocracy. They were founded upon conventionality, tempered by a certain amount of sympathy. The rigorous code of our nobility forbids anything approaching intimacy. Luigi Caracciolo's courtship of Anna was precisely like that of every other young man of his world. During the Carnival, it became a little more pressing, perhaps. He began to take on the appearance of a man in love. It seemed as if he invented pretexts for seeing her every day. Willingly or unwillingly, Cesare Diaz was his accomplice. Luigi was becoming more and more attentive. If Anna mentioned a book, he would send it to her with a note. He would underline the sentimental passages, and when he met her again, would ask her opinion on it. If she mentioned a friend of her childhood, he would interest himself in all the particulars of the friendship. He was burning to know something about her first love affair. He had heard it vaguely rumored that she had had one, that it had ended unhappily, and been followed by a violent illness. And indeed, from the way in which she would sometimes suddenly turn pale, from certain intonations of her voice, from her habit of going off into daydreams when something was said or done, seemed to suggest old memories to her. It was easy for him to see that she must have passed through some immense emotional experience and suffered from some terrible shock. She had a secret. Behind her great black eyes, behind her trembling lips, behind her silence, she hid a secret. Luigi was in love with her, in his own way, not very deeply in love, but in love. If Cesare Diaz, in Anna's hearing, spoke of love, of the folly of passion, of the futility of hope, the girl bowed her head, listening without replying, as if she considered Cesare the infallible judge of all things. Luigi Caracciolo saw this, and it tormented him with curiosity. Once he openly asked Diaz if Anna had not already been in love. Diaz, with the air of a man of the world, answered, "Yes, she was interested in a young man, a decent young fellow who behaved very well." "Why didn't they marry?" "The young man was poor." "Was she very fond of him?" "A mere girlish fancy." "And now she has quite forgotten him?" "Absolutely, absolutely." This dialogue relieved Luigi for a moment, but he soon felt that it could not have contained the whole truth. He felt that the whole truth could only be told by Anna Acquaviva herself, and when he was alone with her, he longed to question her on the subject, but his questions died unspoken on his lips. Luigi's attentions to her had by this time become so apparent, and Cesare's manner was so much that of a father desirous to give his consent to the betrothal of his daughter, that Anna could no longer pretend not to understand. Sometimes, when Cesare would come up to her, arm in arm with his young friend, she would look into his eyes with an expression which seemed to ask, "Oh, why are you doing this?" He would appear not to notice this silent appeal. He knew very well that to attain his object he would have to overcome tremendous obstacles, that to persuade Anna Acquaviva to marry Luigi Caracciolo would be like taking a strong fortress. But he was a determined man, and he had determined to succeed. He saw her humility, he saw how she lowered her eyes before him. He felt that in most things she would be wax under his hand. But he was not at all sure that she would obey him when it came to a question of love. When it came to a question of her marriage, she might again rebel as she had already rebelled. Anna felt a latent irritation at perceiving Luigi's intentions and Cesare's approval of them, and she revenged herself by adopting towards the young man a demeanor of haughty politeness against which he was defenseless. She took pleasure in contradicting him. If he seemed sentimental, and he was often sentimental in his way, which involved an element of sensuality, she became ironical, uttering paradoxes against sentiment in general. Her voice grew hard. She seemed almost cynical. From sheer amiability, Luigi Caracciolo always ended by agreeing with her, but it was easy to see that in doing so he was obeying his affection for her. He had quite the air of saying that she was right, not because he was convinced, but because she was a charming woman of whom he was devoutly fond. "You agree with me for politeness' sake. What a weakness!" she said angrily, with the impatience that women take no pains to conceal from men whom they don't like. The slight smile with which Luigi assented to this proposition, and implied, moreover, that weakness born of a desire to please a loved one was not altogether reprehensible, annoyed her more than ever. Anna wished the whole exterior world to keep tuned to her own ruling thought, and anybody who by any means prevented such a harmony became odious to her. Such an one was Luigi Caracciolo. Cesare Diaz, with his acute insight, watched the couple rather closely. When he saw Anna trying to avoid a conversation with Luigi, refusing to dance with him, or receiving him with scant courtesy, a slight elevation of his eyebrows testified to his discontent. One day, when she had turned her back upon the young man at a concert, Cesare Diaz, coming up, said to her, "You appear to be treating Caracciolo rather badly, Anna." "I don't think so," she replied, trembling at his harsh voice. "I think so," he insisted, "and I beg you to be more civil to him." "I will obey you," she answered. For several days after that, she seemed very melancholy. Laura, who continued to sleep in the same room with her, often heard her sighing at night in her bed. 2 or 3 times she had asked a little anxiously, "What is the matter?" "Nothing, nothing. Go to sleep," Anna replied. On the next occasion of her meeting Caracciolo, she treated him with exaggerated gentleness, in which, however, the effort was very apparent. He took it as so much to the good. She persevered in this behavior during their next few interviews, and then she asked Diaz triumphantly, "Am I doing as you wish?" "In what respect?" "In respect of Caracciolo. Do you need my approbation?" he asked in surprise. "For politeness' sake alone, you should be civil to the young man." "But it was you who told me to be so," she stammered meekly. "I merely told you what a young lady's duty is, that's all." She bent her head contritely. She had made a great effort to please Cesare Diaz, and this was all the recognition she got. However, she could not feel towards him the least particle of anger, and the result was that her dislike of Luigi Caracciolo took a giant's stride. Luigi Caracciolo's name was in everybody's mouth. Everybody talked about him to her: Laura, Stella Martini, the Marchese Schibilla. She shrugged her shoulders without answering. Her silence seemed like a consent, but it is easy to guess that it was really only a means of concealing her unpleasant thoughts. When, however, it was her guardian who mentioned Caracciolo, vaunting not only his charms, but also the seriousness of his character, she became excessively nervous. She looked at him in surprise, wondering that he could speak thus of such a disagreeable and vulgar person, and smiling ironically. One day, overcome by impatience, she asked, "But do you really take him so seriously?" "Who? Caracciolo?" "Of course, Caracciolo." "I take every man seriously who deserves it, and he does, I assure you." "I don't want to contradict you," she said softly, "but that is not my opinion." "Have you really an opinion on the subject?" he responded with a slight inflection of contempt. "Yes, indeed, I have an opinion." "And why?" "Why, because the opinions of young girls don't count, my dear. You are very intelligent, there's no doubt of that, but you know absolutely nothing." "But after all," she exclaimed, "do you really wish to persuade me that Caracciolo is a clever man?" "Certainly." "That he has a heart?" "Certainly," he answered curtly. "That he is sympathetic?" "Certainly," he repeated for the 3rd time. Well, she said, disconcerted. "I find him arid in mind, hard of heart, and often absurd in his manners. No one will ever convince me of the contrary. He's a doll, not a man. Such a creature, a man! It doesn't require much knowledge to see through him." "It is quite unnecessary to discuss it, my dear," said Cesare Diaz icily. "We won't discuss it farther. I'm not anxious to convince you, but it doesn't matter. Think what you like of anybody. It's not my affair to correct your fancies. I have unlimited indulgence still at your disposal for your extravagances. But there's only one thing I can't tolerate: ingratitude. Do you understand? I hate ingratitude." "But what do you mean?" she cried in anguish. "Nothing more. Good night." He turned on his heel and went away. For 10 days he did not reappear in the Aquaviva household. He had never before let so long an interval pass without calling, unless he was out of town. Stella Martini, not seeing him, ingenuously sent to ask how he was. He replied, through his servant, that his health was perfect and that he thanked her for her concern. In reality, he was furious because in his first skirmish with Anna on the subject of Luigi Caracciolo, she had beaten him. furious not only because of the wounds of his Amore proper had received, but because his schemes for the girl's marriage were delayed. His anger was mixed with the certain very lively suspicions, lively, though as yet not altogether clear in substance. It was impossible that Anna's conduct should not be due to some secret motive. He began at last to wonder whether she was still in love with Giustino Morelli. Meanwhile, he refrained from calling upon her, well aware that in dealing with women no method is more efficacious than to let them alone. And indeed, Anna was already sorry for what she had said, not because it wasn't true, but because she felt that she had thereby offended Cesare Diaz, perhaps very deeply. But what could she do? What could she do? That Cesare Diaz should plead with her for another man. It was too much. She felt that she must no longer trust to time. She must take decisive action at once. Cesare's absence caused her great bitterness. Her regret for what she had said was exceedingly sharp during the first few days. She realized that she had been wrong, at least in manner. She ought to have held her tongue when she saw his face darken and heard his voice tremble with scorn. Instead, in her foolish pride, she had held up her head and spoken and offended him. For 2 days, and during the long watches of 2 nights, stifling her sobs so that Laura should not hear them, she had longed to write him a little note to ask his pardon. But then she had feared that that might increase his irritation. Mentally, she was constantly on her knees before him, begging to be forgiven, as a child begs, weeping. She believed, she hoped he would come back. On his entrance, she would press his hand and whisper a submissive word of excuse. She had not yet understood what a serious thing his silent vengeance could be. He did not call, and now a dumb grief began to take the place of Anna's contrition, a dumb, aching grief that nothing could assuage, nothing, because everything reminded her of its cause, his absence. Whenever she heard a door opened or the sound of a carriage stopping in the street before the house, she trembled. She had no peace. She accused him of injustice. Why was he so unjust towards her? Towards her, who ever since that fatal day at Pompeii had only lived to obey him. Why did he punish her like this, when her only fault had been that she saw the insignificance, the nullity of Luigi Caracciolo? Every hour that passed intensified her pain. In her reserve, she never spoke of him. Stella Martini said now and again, "Senor Diaz hasn't called for a long time. He must be busy." "No doubt," replied Laura absently. "No doubt," assented Anna in a weak voice. She was burning up with anxiety, with heartache, with suspicion and jealousy. Yes, with jealousy. It had never occurred to her that Cesare might have some secret love in his life, as other men have their secret loves, and as he would be especially likely to have his, for he was rich and idle. In her ingenuousness and ignorance, it had never occurred to her. It was as if other women didn't exist, or as if existing, they were quite unworthy of his interest. But now, it did occur to her. In the darkness of his absence, the thought came to her and took possession of her, and sometimes it seemed so infinitely likely that she could scarcely endure it. It was more than probable that amongst all the beautiful women of his acquaintance there was one whom he loved. It was with her that he passed his hours, his entire day perhaps. That was why Anna never saw him. At the end of a week, her distress had become so turbulent that her head reeled, as it used to reel when she thought of flying with Giustino Morelli. As it used to reel then? Nay, more, worse than then. In those days, she had not felt the consuming fires of jealousy, fires that destroy forever the purest joys of love. In those days, the man she cared for was so absolute in his devotion to her. She had not tasted the bitterness of jealousy, a bitterness beyond the bitterness of gall and wormwood, a poison from whose effects those who truly love never recover. But who was she, the woman that so powerfully attracted Cesare as to make him forget his child? The Contessa de la Magna, perhaps? Yes, it must be she, that dark lady with the blue eyes, the wonderful toilets, the youthful color, the vivacious manner. She was indeed an irresistible enchantress. Poor Anna. During Cesare's absence, she learned all the phases of hope and fear, of torturing jealousy, of wretched loneliness. He did not come. Perhaps he would never come again. What had he said? That he detested ingratitude, that he despised people who were ungrateful. Ungrateful? She! But how could he expect her to thank him for wishing to marry her to Luigi Caracciolo? Was she really ungrateful? 3 or 4 times she had written to him, begging him to come. Now a simple little note, now a long, passionate letter, full of contradictions, wherein, to be sure, the word love never appeared, but where it could be read between the lines. Now a frank, short love letter, but each in turn had struck her as worse than the others, as more trivial, more ineffectual, and she had ended by tearing them to pieces. It was she who had put it into Stella Martini's head to send to inquire how he was. His curt response to that inquiry struck a chill to her heart. He was in town, and he was well. Then she would go out for long walks with Stella in the hope of meeting him. One afternoon in February, at last she did meet him thus in the street. "How do you do?" she said nervously. "Very well," he answered with a smile. "It's a long while since we have seen you," said Stella Martini. "I hadn't noticed." "You haven't called for many days," said Anna, looking into his eyes. "Many?" 8 days. 8. Really, are you sure? "I have counted them," she said, turning away her head as if to look at the sea. "I'm sure that's a great compliment," and he bowed gallantly. "It wasn't a compliment. It was affection. It was gratitude." "Good. I see you're in a better frame of mind. I'll call tomorrow." When he had left them, Anna and Stella went on towards the Mergellina, walking more rapidly than before. Anna kept looking at the sea, with a slight smile on her lips, a new color in her cheeks. She buried her hands in her muff. Had he not pressed one of those hands at parting with her? Now and then she would look backwards, as if expecting to see him again in this hour of the promenade. She did see him again, indeed, but this time he was in a carriage, a smart trap of the Viennese pattern, driven dashingly by Luigi Caracciolo. She saw them approaching from afar, swiftly. She bowed and smiled to both of them. Her smile was luminous with happiness, and Luigi Caracciolo imagined himself the cause of it, and drove more slowly, and Cesare Diaz was pleased by it, for he took it as an earnest of her better frame of mind. When Stella Martini asked her, "Shall we continue our walk or go home?" she answered, "Let's go home." She had seen him. She had told him how anxiously she had counted the days of his absence. He had promised that he would call tomorrow. She had seen him again and had smiled upon him. That was enough. She mustn't ask too much of Providence in a single day. Anna went home as happy as if she had recovered a lost treasure. And yet Cesare Diaz had been cold and distant. But what did that matter to Anna? She had got back her treasure, that was all. Again, she would enjoy his dear presence, she would hear his voice, she would sit near to him, she would speak with him, answer him. He would come again every day at his accustomed hour. She could please herself with the fancy that the hour was sacred to him, as it was to her. Nothing else mattered. It was true that she had met him by the merest chance. It was true that had chance ordered otherwise, a fortnight might have passed without her seeing him. It was true that he had taken no pains to bring about their meeting. It was true also that she and Stella had as much as begged him to call upon them. But in all this he had been so like himself, his conduct had been so characteristic, that Anna was glad of it. It was a great thing to have made her peace with him without having had to write him. "Señor Diaz was looking very well," said Stella Martini. "We shall see him tomorrow." "Yes, tomorrow," said Anna, smiling. "I missed him immensely during his long absence." "So did I." "You're very fond of him, aren't you?" Stella inquired ingenuously. "Yes," answered Anna after a little hesitation. "He's so good, in spite of the things he says," observed the governess. "He is as he is," murmured Anna with a gesture. When they got home, Laura noticed Anna's air of radiant joy. Anna moved about the room without putting by her hat or muff. At last she said, "You know, we met Diaz." "Ah?" responded Laura without interest. "He's very well." "That's nothing extraordinary." "He's coming tomorrow." "Good." But when he arrived the next day, it was Laura who received him. Anna, at the sound of the bell, had taken refuge in her own room. "Oh, wise Minerva!" cried Diaz, pressing her little white hand. "You are well. You are natural. You know no weakness. You, I am sure, haven't been counting the days of my absence. I understand. I am wise, too. We are like the 7 sages of Greece." She responded with a smile. Cesare Diaz looked at her admiringly. Then Anna came. She was embarrassed, and red and white alternated in her cheek. She spoke nervously and kept her eyes inquiringly fixed upon Cesare's face. He, on the other hand, was calm and superior. He behaved as if he had never been away. He had the good sense not to mention Luigi Caracciolo, and Anna, who was waiting for that name as for an occasion to show her submissiveness, was disconcerted. Diaz appeared to have forgotten the ingratitude with which he had reproached her. He had the countenance of a man too magnanimous to bear a grudge, and Anna was more than ever disconcerted by such unmerited generosity. For several days he did not speak of Caracciolo. Then, noticing how Anna said yes to every remark he made, little by little he began to reintroduce the subject. Little by little, Caracciolo regained his position, became a new, an important member of their group. He returned to the attack, encouraged by the smile he had received that day in the Mergellina. His manner was more devoted than ever. He treated the girl as a loved object before whom he could pass his life kneeling. She could not control a movement of dislike at first seeing him, because it was he who had occasioned her quarrel with Cesare Diaz. But Luigi did not notice it, and she soon got herself in hand, determined to treat him as kindly as she possibly could. It was a sacrifice she was making to please Cesare Diaz. She closed her eyes to shut out the vision of the peril towards which she was advancing. She compromised herself with Luigi Caracciolo day after day. She compromised herself as a girl does only with the man she means to marry, accepting flowers from him, answering his notes, listening to his compliments, and at night, when she was alone, she would tremble with anger and with self-contempt, counting the steps she had made during the afternoon towards the great danger. But the fear of seeing Cesare Diaz again absent himself for 8 days, the fear that he might again pass 8 days at the feet of the Contessa de la Magna, or at those of some other beautiful woman, this fear rendered her so weak that she went on, not knowing where she might stop, feeling that she was approaching the most terrible crisis of her life. Cesare Diaz, somewhat easier in his mind about the girl, appeared to be pleased in a fatherly way by her conduct. It seemed as if he was watching his chance to speak the decisive word. Anna, dreading that word, had got into an overwrought nervous condition where her humor changed from minute to minute. Now she would cry, now she would laugh, now she would blush, now she would turn pale. "What's the matter?" asked Diaz. "Nothing," she answered, passing her hand over her eyes. But at his question she smiled radiantly, and he felt that he had worked a little miracle. He was a clever man, and he knew that he must strike while the iron was hot. He must attack Anna in one of her moments of meekness, or not at all. Luigi Caracciolo became more and more pressing. He loved the girl, and he told her so in every look he gave her. And time was flying. Everybody who met Anna congratulated her upon her engagement, and when she replied, "No, I'm not engaged," people shook their heads, smiling skeptically. One afternoon, angry with Caracciolo because of a letter he had written to her, and which he insisted upon her answering, she said to Diaz, who was talking with Laura, "I want to speak to you." "Good. I want to speak to you." "Then, will you call tomorrow?" "Yes, in the morning." He returned to his conversation with Laura. All night long she prayed for strength and courage. And when, the next morning, she was alone with him, too frightened to speak, she simply handed him Caracciolo's letter. He took it, read it, and silently returned it. "What do you think of it?" she asked. "Ah!" he exclaimed, as if he did not wish to express an opinion. "Does it strike you as a serious letter?" "Yes, it's serious." "I may easily be mistaken," she said. "That is why I want to ask your advice. You know so much." "A little," he assented, smiling. They spoke very quietly, seated side by side, without looking at each other. "Doesn't he strike you as bold?" she asked. "Who? Caracciolo? For having written that letter?" "Yes." "No. People in love are always writing letters. They don't always send them, but they always write them." "Ah, is that so?" "He loves you, therefore he writes to you." "He loves me?" she inquired, trembling. "Of course." "Are you sure?" "Certainly." "Has he told you so?" "He has told me so." "And what did you answer?" "I? Nothing. He asked me nothing. He merely announced a fact. It's from you that he expects an answer." "From me?" she exclaimed. "Every letter calls for an answer." "I shan't answer this one." "Why not?" "Because I have nothing to say to him." "Don't you love him?" "No." "Not even a little? Don't you like him?" "No, I don't love him. I don't even like him." "I can't believe it," he said, very gravely, as if he saw before him an insurmountable obstacle. "You deceive yourself, then," said she. "I see that you receive him kindly, that you speak to him politely, that you listen to his compliments, apparently with pleasure. That's a great deal for a young girl to do." And he lifted his eyebrows. "I have done it to please you, because he is a friend of yours," she cried. "Thank you," he cried curtly. Then befell a silence. She played with an antique coin attached to her watch chain and kept her eyes cast down. "So," he began presently, "so you won't marry Luigi Caracciolo?" "No, never. He's a splendid fellow, though. He has a noble name, a handsome fortune, and he loves you." "I don't love him, and I won't marry him." "Love isn't necessary in marriage," said Cesare coldly. "Not for others, perhaps. For me it is necessary," she cried, pained in the bottom of her heart by this apothegm. "You know nothing about life, my dear. A marriage for love and a marriage for convenience are equally likely to turn out happily or unhappily. And of what use is passion? Of none." She bowed her head, not convinced, obstinate in her faith, but respecting the man who spoke to her. "If you don't care for Luigi Caracciolo, you ought to try not to see him." "I will avoid him." "But he will seek you." "I'll stay in the house." "He'll write to you." "I have already said I won't answer him." "He will persevere. I know him. The prize at stake is important. He will persevere." "You will tell him that the marriage is impossible." "Ah, no, my dear. I shan't be the bearer of any such ungracious message." Aren't you my guardian?" "Yes, I am your guardian. But I heartily wish Francesco Acquaviva had not chosen me. Frankly, I would prefer to be nothing to you." "Am I so bad?" she pleaded with tears in her eyes. "I don't know whether you're good or bad. I don't waste my time trying to make such distinctions. I only know that he's a fine young fellow, handsome and rich, who loves you, and that you, without a single earthly reason, refuse him. I know that he is anxious to marry you in spite of the fact that you don't care for him, in spite of, pass me the word, in spite of the extravagance of your character. Excuse me, dear Anna, but I want to ask you whether you think it will be easy to find another husband." "How can I tell?" "I ask, do you think another will be likely to ask you for your hand?" "Excuse me, I don't understand," she said, turning pale, because she did understand. "My dear, have you forgotten the past?" "What past?" she demanded proudly. "Nothing but a flight from home, my dear. A day passed at Pompeii with a young man. Nothing else." "Oh, heavens!" she sobbed, burying her face in her hands. "Don't cry out, Anna. This is a serious moment. You must control yourself. Remember that what you did, respectable girls don't do. Luigi Caracciolo knows nothing about it, or nothing definite. But a man who did know about it wouldn't marry you, my dear. It's hard, it's cruel, but it's my duty to tell it to you. Marry him. Marry Luigi. That is the advice of a friend, of a true friend, Anna. Marry Luigi Caracciolo." "I committed a great fault," she said in a dull voice. "But haven't you forgiven me? You and Laura?" "Yes, yes. But young men about to marry, don't pardon such faults. With what jealous care I have kept that secret. I have guarded it as if I were your father. And now you let a chance like this slip away, not realizing that such a chance may never come again. But another man, an equal of Caracciolo, where is he to be found?" "It is true that I committed a great fault," she said, returning always to the same idea. "But my honor was untouched. I am the only person who knows that. It is enough for me that you know it. Anna, you're a foolish child, that's what you are. You fall in love with a penniless nobody, you escape from your home, you risk your honor, and you are saved by a miracle. Afterwards you are ill, you get well, you forget the young beggar, and then when a fine fellow like Caracciolo falls in love with you, you refuse him. You're mad, Anna. Marry Luigi Caracciolo. I beg you to marry him. You can't ask me that, she murmured. Love is a fancy. Marry Caracciolo. I can't. But why not? It's not a sufficient reason to say that you don't love him. Look for another reason, then, she said. I'll find it. Cesare Diaz had spoken these words in a threatening tone, unusual to him. He rarely lost his temper. After a long pause, he asked, smiling sarcastically, You're in love with someone else, I suppose? Anna did not answer. She wrung her hands and hid her eyes. Why don't you answer? You've fallen in love again, have you not? Again? What do you mean? She exclaimed. I mean that to explain your refusal of Luigi Caracciolo, you must be in love with some other man. You little girls believe that passion is everlasting. You believe in faithfulness that lasts, if not beyond the grave, at least up to its brink. Are you still in love with Giustino Morelli? Oh, don't insult me like that, she cried in a convulsion of sobs. Calm yourself, he said, studying her with cold curiosity, while she wept. Oh, for pity's sake, don't think of me like that, she besought him. Say anything that I deserve, but not that, not that. Calm yourself, repeated Diaz. We will speak of this another day. Listen, listen, she cried. Don't go away yet. Forgive me first for having interfered with one of your plans. But marry Luigi Caracciolo? I can't. Indeed, I can't. I never can. You smile at my word never. You are right. The human heart is a fickle thing. Forgive me, but you will see that I am not wrong. You will never, never have any more trouble with me. I will be so obedient, so meek. I will do everything you wish. Compared to you, I am such a little, poor, worthless thing. She was weeping. Giustino Morelli and Luigi Caracciolo had disappeared from the conversation. Only Cesare Diaz and Anna Acquaviva remained in it. He listened with growing curiosity. If in one sense he had lost a battle, in another his vanity had gained a victory. A smile passed over his face. Don't cry, he said. Oh, let me cry. I am so unhappy, so miserable. I have played away my life so foolishly. But I didn't know. I swear to you I didn't understand. Now all is over. I am a lost woman. Don't exaggerate. Oh, you yourself said it. You are right. A respectable girl who holds dear her honor, who is jealous of her reputation, doesn't fly from her home, doesn't throw herself into the arms of a man. You are right. You only. You are always right. You who are so wise. But if you knew what it was like, this madness that springs up from my heart to my brain, if you knew how I lose my head when my feelings get the better of me, you would be sorry for me. Don't cry any more, he said very low. Ah, if tears could only wash out the past, she sighed. Goodbye, Anna, he said, rising. Don't go away, and she took his hand. I haven't said anything to you yet. I haven't explained. You are going away angry with me, but you are right. The sooner it is finished, the better. Today I have no strength. I irritate you. Women who make scenes are always tiresome. But you ought to know. You ought. I will write to you. I will write everything down. I will write everything. You permit me to, don't you? Say that you permit me. I can't live unless you let me write and tell you everything. Right, he said softly. And you forgive me? I have nothing to forgive. Right. Goodbye, Anna. She sat down. Diaz went away. Laura and Stella came into the room. Well, is the marriage arranged? Asked Stella, not noticing Anna's red eyes and pale cheeks. No, it will never be arranged. An hour later, Laura asked, Are you in love with Cesare Diaz? Yes, answered Anna, simply. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6. Anna's letter to Cesare Diaz ran thus. I don't know what name to call you by, whether by your own name, so soft and proud, or whether by that of friend, which says so much and yet says nothing. I don't know whether I should write here the word that my respect for you imposes upon me, or the word that my heart inspires. Perhaps I had better call you by no name at all. Perhaps I ought not to struggle against the unconquerable superior will that dominates me. I am so poor a creature, I am so devoid of moral strength, that the best part of my soul is unconscious of what it does, and when I attempt to act, I am defeated from the onset. Is it not true? Ah, there is never an hour of noble and fruitful battle in my heart. Only an utter ignorance of things, of feelings, a complete surrender to the sweetness of love, and thereby the loss of all peace, all hope. How you must despise me. You are just and wise. You can't help despising a poor, weak little thing like me. A woman whose heart is always open, whose imagination is always ready to take fire, whose changeable mind is never fixed, whose veins, though cured of their great fever, are still burning, as if her rebellious blood could do nothing but burn, burn, burn. If you despise me, and your eyes, your voice, your manner, all tell me that you do, you are quite right. I never seem to be doing wrong, yet I am always doing it. And then, when I see it, it is too late to make good my error, to recover my own happiness, or to restore that of others. Ah, despise me, despise me. You are right to despise me. I bend to every wind that blows, like a broken reed. I am overturned and rent by the tempest, for I know neither how to defend myself, nor how to die. Despise me. No one can despise me as you can. No one has so good a right to do it. When you are away from me, I can think of you with a certain amount of courage, trusting to your kindness, to your charity, to forgive me my lack of strength. When you are away from me, I feel myself more a woman, braver. I can dream of being something to you, not an equal, no, but a humble follower in the things of the soul. Dreams, dreams. When you are with me, all my faith in myself disappears. I recognize how feeble I am, how extravagant, how incoherent. No more, never more, can I hope for your indulgence. I think of my past. Justly and cruelly you reproached me with it, and I find in it such a multitude of childish illusions, such an entirely false standard of life and love, such a monstrous abandonment of all right womanly traditions, that my shame rushes in a flame to my face. Have you not noticed it? Before that fatal day at Pompeii, the first day of my real existence, I had a treasury of feelings, of impressions, of ideas, my own personal ones, by which my life was regulated, or rather by which it was disturbed. They were swept away. They were destroyed. They disappeared from my soul on that day. To you, who showed me how great my fault was, to you, who trampled down all that I had cared for, I bow my head, I bow my spirit. You were right. You are right. You only are right. You are always right. I want to convince you that I see the truth clearly now. Let me walk behind you. Let me follow you as a servant follows her master. Ah, give me a little strength, you who are strong, you who have never erred, you who have conquered yourself to the world. Give me strength, you who seems to me the model of calmness and justice above all hazards, because you have known how to suffer in silence above all human joy, because you understand its emptiness, and yet so kind, so indulgent, so quick to forgive, because you are a man and never forget to be a man. You despise me, that is certain, for all strong natures must despise weakness. But it is also certain that you pity me, because I am buffeted about by the storms of life without a compass, without a star. I have already once been wrecked. In that wreck, I left behind me years of health and hope, the best part of my youthful faith. And now I am in danger of being wrecked again, utterly and forever, unless you save me. Say what you will to me, do what you will with me, insult me after having despised me, but don't leave me to my weakness. Don't withdraw your support from me. It is my only help. What shall I call you? Friend? Friend, I shall be lost if you do not save me, if you refuse to allow my soul to follow yours, strengthened by your strength, if you cast me out from your spiritual presence, if you do not give me the support that my life finds in yours. Friend, 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 don't cast me off. Say what you will, do what you will, but don't separate me from you. If you do, I shall die. I, a beggar, knock at your door. The letter continued. You wounded me profoundly when you said that it was perhaps Giustino Morelli, the man for whose sake I refused to marry Luigi Caracciolo. I cannot hear the bare name of Morelli without shuddering with contempt. It isn't that I am angry with him, no. It is that he does not exist for me. He is the vain shadow of a dead man. On the evening of the Huguenots, ah me, that music sings constantly in my soul. I shall never forget it. He was there, and I didn't see him. I wouldn't see him. I don't hate him. He was a poor, weak fool, honest perhaps, for you have said so, but small in heart and mind. And thus my contempt for him is really contempt for myself, who made an idol of him. How was I ever able to be so blind? When I think of it, I wring my hands in desperation, for it was before him that I burned the first pure incense of my heart. I shall never forgive myself. Cesare Diaz read this letter twice through. Then he left his house to go about his affairs and his pleasures. Returning home, he read it for a third time. Thereupon he wrote the following note, which he immediately sent off. Dear Anna, all that you say is very well, but I don't know yet who the man is that you love. Very cordially, Cesare Diaz. She read it and answered with one line. I love you, Anna Acquaviva. Cesare Diaz waited a day before he replied. Dear Anna, very well. And what then? Cesare Diaz. In the exultation of her passion, she had taken a step whereby she risked her entire future happiness. And she knew it. She had taken the humiliating step of declaring her love. Would Diaz hate her? She had expected an angry letter from him, a letter saying that he would never see her again, instead of which she had received a colorless little note, neither warm nor cold, treating her declaration as he might have treated any most ordinary incident of his day. That was the unkindest cut of all. Cesare Diaz was simply indifferent. For her, love was a tragedy. For him, it was an ordinary incident of his day. What to do now? She could not think. What to do? What to do? Had he himself not asked with a light curiosity, and what then? He had asked it with the sort of curiosity one might show for the continuation of a novel one was reading. All night long she sobbed upon her pillow. "What is the matter?" asked Laura, waking up. "Nothing. Go to sleep." In the morning, she wrote to him again. "Why do you ask me, what then? I don't know. I cannot answer. God has allowed me to love a second time. I know nothing of then. I only know one thing. I love you. Perhaps you have known it too, this long while. My eyes, my voice, my words, wherein my soul knelt before you, must have told you that I loved you. Have you not seen me bow my proud head daily in humility before you? I began to love you that evening when we came home together from Pompeii, when my fever was beginning. Afterwards, my whole nature was transformed by my love of you. I do not ask you to love me. Perhaps you are bound by other loves, past loves. Perhaps you have never loved, and wish never to love. Perhaps I don't please you, either spiritually or bodily. What is passing in your mind? Who knows? I only know that you are strong and wise, that you never turn aside, that you follow your noble path tranquilly, in the triumphant calm of your greatness. Have you loved? Will you love? Who knows? All I ask is that you will let me love you, without being separated from you. I ask that you will promise to wish me well, not as your ward, not as your sister, but as a poor girl who loves you with all her soul and life. I don't ask you to change your habits in any way. The least of your habits, the least of your desires, is sacred to me. Live as you have always lived. Only remember that in a corner of Naples there is a heart that finds its only reason for existence in your existence, and continue from time to time to give me a minute of your presence. My love will be a silent companion to you. Are you not the same man who said to me, with a voice that trembled with pity, in that dark, empty room at the inn in Pompeii, while I felt that I was dying? Are you not the same man who said, "My poor child, my poor child"? You pitied me. You do pity me. You will pity me. I know it. I know it. And that is the then of my love. Don't write to me. I should be afraid to read what you might write. Ah, how I love you, how I love you. Anna Aquaviva. Cesare Diaz was very thoughtful after he had read this letter. His vanity, the vanity of a man of 40, was flattered by it. And Anna's love, for the present at any rate, seemed to be entirely obedient and submissive. But would it remain so? Cesare Diaz had had a good deal of experience. Anna's he knew to be a proud and self-willed character. Would it always remain on its knees like this? Some day she would not be content only to love. She would demand to be loved in return. He did not answer the letter. He was an enemy to letter writing in general, to the writing of love letters in particular. And anyhow, what could he say? For 2 days he did not call upon her. On the 3rd day, he arrived as usual at 2 o'clock. Anna, during these days, had lived in a state of miserable suspense and nervousness. "What is the matter with her?" Stella Martini asked of Laura. "I don't know." But the governess tormented her with questions, and at last she answered impatiently, "I think she is in love." "Again?" "Yes, again." "And with whom?" "She has never told me to tell you," cried Laura, leaving the room. "What is the matter with you?" Stella asked of Anna. "You are suffering. Why do you conceal your sorrow from me?" "If I am suffering, it's my own fault," said Anna. "Only God can help me." "Can't I help you? You are in deep grief." "Deep grief. You have placed your hopes where they can't be realized? Again?" "Again. Why, dear? Explain it to me." "Because it is my destiny, perhaps." "You are young, beautiful, and rich. You ought to be the mistress of your destiny. It is only poor, solitary people who have to submit to destiny." "I am poorer than the poorest beggar that asks for alms in the street." "Don't talk like that," said Stella, gently taking her hand. "Tell me about it." "I can't tell you about it. I can't. It is stronger than I am," said Anna, and her anguish seemed to suffocate her. "Tell me nothing then, darling. I understand. I'm only a poor servant, but I love you so. And I want to tell you, Anna, that there are no sorrows that can't be outlived. If heaven doesn't help me, my sorrow will kill me. The only irremediable sorrow in this world is the death of someone whom we love," said Stella, shaking her head. "You will see." "I would rather die than live like this." "But is the case quite desperate? Is there no ray of light?" "Perhaps. Is it a man on whom your hope depends?" "Yes." "Do I know him?" But Anna put her finger on her lips to silence Stella. The bell had rung, and at the sound of it, Stella heard a great sigh escape from Anna's breast. "What is it?" she asked. "Nothing, nothing," said Anna, passing her pocket handkerchief over her face. "Go to the drawing room." "Must I leave you alone?" "I beg you to. I'm so upset. I want a minute of peace." "And you will come afterwards?" "I'll come when I can, when I am calm again." Stella went slowly away. In the drawing room she found Diaz, who was showing a copy of the Illustrated Figaro to Laura. Diaz bowed and asked, "And Anna?" "She will come presently." "Is she well?" "Not ill." "Then she is not well?" "I don't think so, but you will see for yourself." He and Laura returned to the engravings in the Figaro, which were very good. Stella left them. Anna entered the room. Her heart was beating wildly. She did not speak. She sat down at the opposite side of the table on which the newspaper was spread out. Diaz said, referring to the pictures, "They're very clever." "Very clever," agreed Laura. Diaz bowed to Anna, smiling and asking, "How do you do?" "Well," she answered. "Signora Martini told me that she feared you were not very well." "It's her affection for me that imagines things. I am quite well." In his tone, she could feel nothing more than pity for her. "I am only a little nervous." "It's the weather. The sirocco, said Diaz. Yes, the sirocco, replied Anna. You'll be all right when the sun shines, said he. When the sun shines, perhaps, she repeated mechanically. Laura rose and left the room. After a silence, Cesare Diaz said, Is it true, then, that you love me? Anna looked at him. She could not speak. She made a gesture that said, yes. I should like to know why, he remarked, playing with his watch chain. She looked her surprise, but did not speak. Yes, why? He went on. You must have a reason. There must be a reason if a woman loves one man and not another. Tell me. Perhaps I have virtues whose existence I have never suspected. Anna, confused and pale, looked at him in silence. He was laughing at her, and she besought him with her gaze to have pity upon her. Forgive me, Anna, but you know it is my bad habit not to take seriously things that appear very serious to others. My raillery hurts you, but some day you must really try to tell me why you care for me. Because you are you, she said softly. That's a very profound reason, he answered, smiling. But it would require many hours of meditation to be understood. And of course, you will always love me? Always. May I say something that will pain you? Say it, she sighed. It seems to me, then, that you are slightly changeable. A year ago you thought you loved another and would love him always. Confess that you have utterly forgotten him. And in another year, what will my place be? But he checked himself. She had become livid, and her eyes were full of tears. I have pained you very much. Nothing gives pain like the truth, he said. But there, smile a little. Don't you think smiles are as interesting as tears? You're very lovely when you smile. And obediently, she smiled. Well then, this eternal love, he went on. What are we to do about it? Nothing. I only love you. Does that suffice? I must make it suffice. You are easily satisfied. Will you always be so modest in your hopes? The future is in the hands of God, said she, not having the courage to lie. Ah, that is what I want to talk about, the future. You are hoping something from the future, otherwise you would not be satisfied. The future indeed. You are 20. You have never thought of my age, have you? It doesn't matter. For me, you are young. And I will come to love you? That is your hope? I have asked for nothing. Don't humiliate me. He bowed, slightly disconcerted. He put his hand in his pocket and drew out a little portfolio in red leather, which he opened, drawing forth 2 or 3 letters. I have brought your letters with me. Letters are so easily lost, and other people read them. So, having learned their contents, I return them to you. She did not take them. What? He cried. Aren't you glad to get them back? But there's nothing women wish so much as to get back the letters they have written. Tear them up. You, she murmured. It's not nice to tear up letters. Tear them! Tear them! As you like, he said, tearing them up. She closed her eyes while he was doing it. Then she said with a sad smile, So, it is certain, you don't care for me? I mustn't contradict you, he answered gallantly. He took her hand to bid her goodbye. Slowly she went back to her bedroom. There she found Stella Martini. Do you remember, Stella, that day I left you in the church of Santa Chiara? Yes, I remember. Well, now I tell you this. Never forget it. On that day, I signed my own death sentence. End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7. The Villa Caterina was embowered amongst the flowering orange trees of Sorrento. On the side, towards the town, the villa had a beautiful Italian garden where white statues gleamed amidst green leaves, and where all day long one could listen to the laughing waters of fountains. From the garden, a door led directly into a big drawing room. On the other side of the house, a broad terrace looked over the sea. This was the summer house of the Acquaviva family. It was bigger and handsomer than the house in Naples. There was greater freedom, greater luxury, greater cheerfulness here than in the gloomy palace of the Piazza dei Gerlomini. The girls were very fond of the Villa Caterina, and their father, Francesco Acquaviva, had been very fond of it. He had named it for his wife. It was here that the couple had passed all the summers of their married life. It was here that Caterina Acquaviva had died. The girls had a sweet, far-away memory of their mother. In her room at the villa, she was almost like a living presence to them. When the spring came, Anna began to speak of going to Sorrento. She felt that if she could get away from Naples, she might experience a change of soul. The bright light and ceaseless murmur of the sea would calm her and strengthen her. When Laura or Stella asked her, "What is the matter?" she would answer, "I don't like being here." She said nothing of her great sorrow. She shut it into her heart and felt that it was killing her by inches. She passed long hours in silent meditation, her eyes fixed vaguely upon the air. When spoken to, she would start nervously and look at her interlocutor as if she had suddenly been called back from a distant land of dreams. Those who loved her saw her moral and physical trouble. She stayed in the house day after day. She gave up her walks. She went no more to the theater. She had lost her interest in the things that used to please her. She was very gentle, very kind to everybody. To Cesare Diaz, she showed an unfailing tenderness. She was often silent before him. When he spoke to her, he would reply with a look of such deep melancholy that even his hard heart was touched. She was very different to the impetuous creature of former times. When the spring came, with its languorous warmth, her weakness increased. In spite of all her efforts to conquer her desire to do so, she would spend long hours writing to Cesare. It was her only way of showing the love that was consuming her. It was a great comfort, and at the same time, a great pain. She wrote at great length, confusedly, with the disorder and the monotony of a spirit in distress, and as she wrote, she would repeat her written phrases aloud, as if he were present and could respond. She wrote thrilling with passion, and her cheeks burned. But after she had committed her letters to the post, she would wish them back. They seemed so cold, so absurd, so grotesque, and she cursed the moment in which she had put her pen to paper. Cesare Diaz never answered her. How could she expect him to, indeed? Had he not torn her first letters up, under her eyes? Whenever his servant brought him one of Anna's letters, he received it with a moment of impatience. He was not altogether displeased, however. He read them with a calm, judicial mind, amused at their rhetoric, and forbore to answer them. He went less frequently to her house than formerly. They were rarely alone together now. But sometimes it happened that they were, and then, observing her pale face, her red eyes from weeping, he asked, "What is it? Why do you go on like this?" "What do you wish me to do?" she returned. I want you to be merry, to laugh. That is impossible, she said, drooping her eyes to hide the tears in them. And Diaz, fearing a scene, was silent. He was a man of much self-control, but he confessed to himself that he would not be able, as she was, to bear an unrequited love with patience. Anna was a woman in the full sense of the word. She had hoped to win his heart, but now she relinquished hope. And one day, in May, she wrote him a letter of farewell. She would never write again. It was useless. She bade him farewell. She said she would like to go away from Naples to Sorrento, to the Villa Caterina, where her mother had lived and died. She begged Laura and Stella to take her to Sorrento, and Stella wrote to Diaz to ask his permission. He replied at once, saying he thought the change of air would be capital for Anna. They had best leave at once. He could not call to bid them goodbye, but he would soon come to see his dear girls at the villa. Stella said, "Diaz has written to me." "When?" asked Anna. "Yesterday. He says he can't come to bid us goodbye. He's too busy." "Of course, too busy. Will you give me the letter?" "It's a very kind letter," said Stella. She saw that Anna's hand was trembling as it held the white paper. Anna did not return it. "Diaz is very kind," said Anna. They left Naples on the last day of May. When they reached the villa, the two girls went directly to their mother's room. Laura opened the two windows that looked out upon the sea and let in the sunlight, and she moved from corner to corner, taking note of the dust on the furniture. Anna knelt at the praying desk, above which hung a cross, an image of the Virgin, and a miniature of her mother. Laura asked, "Are you going to stay here?" Anna did not answer. "When you come away, bring me the key," said the wise Minerva, and went off, softly closing the door behind her. "Where is Anna?" asked Stella. "She is still up there," said Laura. "What is she doing?" "Weeping or praying or thinking, I don't know." "Poor Anna," sighed Stella. How long did Anna remain on her knees before the image of the Virgin and the portrait of her mother? No one disturbed her. She kept murmuring, "O Holy Virgin, O my mother," alternately. When she came away, having closed the windows and locked the door, she was so pale that Stella said, "You have stayed up there too long. It has done you harm." No," Anna answered. "I am very well. I am so much better. I am glad we have come here. I should like to live here always." But Stella was not reassured, and at night the thought of her pupil troubled her and would not let her sleep. Sometimes she would get up and go to the door of Anna's room. There was always a light burning within. 2 or 3 times she had entered. Anna lay motionless on her bed with her eyes closed. Then Stella had put out the light. "Why do you leave your light burning at night?" she asked Anna one day. "Because I am afraid of the dark." Thereupon Stella had prepared a little lamp for her, with a shade of opalescent crystal that softened its light, and almost every night Stella would go to Anna's room to see whether she was asleep. Her pale face in the green rays of the lamp had the semblance of a wreck slumbering at the bottom of the sea. Sometimes, hearing Stella's footsteps, Anna opened her eyes and smiled upon her, then relapsed into her stupor. For it was not sleep. It was a sort of bodily and mental torpor that kept her motionless and speechless. Stella returned to her own room, in no wise reassured. And what most worried this good woman was the long visit which Anna made every day to the room of her dead mother. The villa was delightful during these first weeks of the summer, with its fragrant garden, its big, airy, cheerful, luxurious apartments, its splendid view of the sea. In the cool and perfumed mornings, in the evenings that palpitated with starlight, every window and balcony had its special fascination. But Anna saw and felt nothing of all this. Her mother's room alone attracted her. There she passed long hours kneeling beside the bed or seated at a window, silent, gazing off at the sea, with a white, expressionless face. Sometimes Stella came to the door and called, "Anna! Anna!" "Here I am," she answered, starting out of her reverie. "Come away, it is late." "I am coming." But she did not move. It was necessary to call her again and again. Her stations there exhausted her. She would return from them with dark circles under her eyes, her lips colorless, the line of her profile sharpened and accentuated. Stella felt a great pity for her, a great longing to be of help to her. She tried to persuade her to cut short her vigils in her mother's room. "You ought not to stay so long. It is bad for you." "No, no," Anna answered, "if you knew the peace I find there." "But a young girl like you ought to wish for the excitements of life, not the peace." "There are no more flowers for Margaret," quoted Anna, going to the window and looking towards the sea. During the whole month of June, a lovely month at Sorrento, where the mornings are warm and the evenings fresh, Anna fell away visibly in health and spirits. Laura and Stella did not interfere with her, but it saddened them to witness her decline. Stella's anxiety was almost motherly. When she saw Anna's pale, peaked face, when she noticed her transparent hands, a voice from within called her that she must do something for the poor girl. One day she said, "Señor Diaz has promised to come here for a visit, but he's delaying a little. Perhaps he'll come for the bathing season." "You will see. He'll not come at all," replied Anna, her eyes suddenly filling with tears. "He's so kind, and he has promised. He will come." "I don't believe it," Anna answered sadly. Indeed, he neither came nor wrote. The first fortnight of July had passed, and the bathing season had already begun. Sorrento was full of people. In the evening, till late into the night, from every window, from every balcony, and from the big, brilliantly lighted drawing rooms of the hotels came the sounds of singing and dancing, the tinkling of mandolins, the laughter of women, a gay, passionate summer music. The villas were protected from the sun by blue and white striped awnings, which fluttered in the afternoon breeze like the sails of ships. At night, the moon bathed houses, country, and the sea in a radiance dazzling as snow. Anna, in the midst of all this merriment, this health and beauty, felt only the more profoundly a great longing to end her life. It was seldom now that she so much as moved from one room to another. In the evening, when Stella and Laura would go out to call upon their friends, Anna would seat herself in an easy-chair on the terrace of the villa and fix her eyes upon the sky, where the Milky Way trembled in light, and on the sea beyond her, people were singing in boats or sending up fireworks from yachts. Round about her sounded the thousand voices of the glorious summer night, voices of joy, voices of passion. Anna neither saw nor heard. But in Stella's face she could not help noticing an expression of sympathy which seemed to say, "I have divined, I have guessed." And in the kiss which Stella gave her before going out, on the evening of the 17th of July, Anna felt an even deeper affection than usual. Laura and Stella were going to a dance at the Villa Victoria. "Be strong, and you will be happy," Stella said, and her kiss seemed meant as a promise of good news. But the poor child did not understand. She took Stella's words as one of those vague efforts at consolation which people make for those who are inconsolable, and shook her head, smiling sadly. Lovely in her white frock, Laura too came and kissed her. And then she heard the carriage drive away. Anna left the drawing-room and went out upon the terrace. There was a full moon. Its light was so brilliant one might have read by it. There was something divinely beautiful in the view, from the horizon to the arch of the sky, from the hills behind her, covered with olives and oranges, to the sea before her. And she felt all the more intensely the sorrow of her broken life. She lay back in her easy chair with her eyes closed. "Good evening," said Cesare Diaz. She opened her eyes, but she could not speak. She could only look at him, and she did so with such an expression of desolate joy that he told himself, "This woman really loves me." He appeared to be very thoughtful. He drew up a chair and sat down next to her. "Are you surprised to see me, Anna? Didn't I promise to come?" "I thought that you had forgotten. It is so easy to forget." "I always keep my promise," he declared. When had she heard him speak like this before? With this voice, this inflection? When? Ah, she remembered. When she was ill, when they thought she was going to die. So it was pity for one threatened with death that had brought him to Sorrento. It was pity that banished its habitual irony from his voice. "The air of Sorrento hasn't cured you," he said, bending a little to look at her. "It hasn't cured me. It has cured me of nothing. I think I shall never be cured. There is no country in the world that can cure me." "There is only one doctor who can do you any good. That doctor is yourself." He opened his silver cigarette case, took out a cigarette, and lit it. She watched the vacillating flame of his match, and for a moment did not speak. "It is easy to say that," she went on finally with a feeble voice. "But you know, I am a weak creature. That is why you have so much compassion for me. I shall never be cured, Cesare." "Are you sure?" "I am sure. I have tried. My love has proved itself stronger than I. It is destroying me. My heart can no longer endure it." He looked off into the clear air of the night, watching the spiral of his cigarette smoke. "And all those beautiful spiritual promises," he said, "that wonderful structure of abnegation, of sacrifice, of unrequited love, has come to nothing. Those plans for the future which you conceived in such lofty unselfishness have failed." "Failed, failed," she exclaimed with a sigh, gazing up at the starry sky as if to reproach it with her own unhappiness. "All that I wrote to you was absurd, a passing illusion. All my plans were based upon absurdities. Perhaps there are people in the world who are so perfectly made that they can be contented to love and not be loved in return. They are fortunate. They are noble. They live only for others. They are purity incarnate. But I am a miserable, selfish woman, nothing else. I have expected too much, and I am dying of my selfishness, of my pride." She raised herself in her chair, grasping its arms nervously with her hands and shaking her beautiful head, wasted by grief. He was silent. He threw away his cigarette, which had gone out. The soft moonlight covered all things. "I am so earthly," she went on. "I have prayed for a better nature, for an angelic heart, raised above all human desires, that I might simply love you and wish for nothing else. I have exhausted myself with prayers and tears, trying thus to forget that you could not care for me. I have forbidden myself the great comfort of writing to you. I left Naples and came here, far away from you who are my light, my life. In vain I have passed whole days here, praying to my mother and to the Madonna to free me from these terrible, heavy earthly chains that bind me to that longing to be loved, and that are killing me. No use, no use. My prayers have not been answered. I have come away from them with a greater ardor, a more intense longing than ever. I am a woman. I am a woman who doesn't know how to lift herself above womanly things, who woman-like longs to be loved, and who will never, never be consoled for the love she cannot have. After a long pause, he asked, "And what do you wish me to do, Anna?" "Nothing." "Nothing?" "There is nothing to be done. All is ended. All is over. Or rather, nothing has ever been begun. Anna, I assure you it grieves me to see you suffer." "Thank you, but what can you do for me? It is all due to my own folly. I admit that I am unbalanced, extravagant. I know it. I am paying dearly for my folly. Ah, the expiation is hard. It is all due to my one mistake, my one fault. Everybody is very kind to me, more than kind, but I have sinned, and I must expiate my sin." "But how is it all to end?" he cried. "Do you know what the simplest solution would be?" "What?" "My death. Ah, to rest forever, under the earth, in a dark grave." "Don't say that. People don't die of love." "Yes, that is true. There is indeed no recognized disease called love. Neither ancient nor modern doctors are acquainted with it. They have never discovered it in making their autopsies. But love is such a subtle deceiver. It is at the bottom of all mortal illnesses. It is at the bottom of those wasting declines from which people suffer for years, people who have loved too much, who have not been loved enough. It is in those maladies of the heart where the heart bursts with emotion or dries up with despair. It is in those long anemias which destroy the body fiber by fiber, sapping its energies. It is in that nervousness which makes people shiver with cold and burn with insupportable heat. Oh, no one dies suddenly of love. We die slowly, slowly of troubles that have so many names, but are really all just this, that we can endure to love no longer, and that we are not loved. Who will ever know the right name of the illness from which I shall die? The doctor will write a scientific word on paper to account for my death to you, to Laura, to Stella, but you know, you at least, that I shall die, because you do not love me. Calm yourself, Anna. I am calm. I have no longer the shadow of a hope, but I am calm, believe me. I have to tell you these things because they well up from my soul of their own accord. I am an absolutely desperate woman, but I am calm. I shall always be calm. Don't answer me. Everything that you can say I have already said to myself. All is ended. Why should I not be calm? But if you no longer hope for anything, then you have hoped for something. For what? He asked with a certain curiosity. "Oh, heavens!" she cried, "that you should ask me that!" "Tell me, Anna. You see that I ask it with sympathy, with lively sympathy. But you must have forgotten what love is like if you ask me to tell you what its hopes are, she exclaimed. One hopes for everything when one loves. From the moment when I first trembled at the sound of your voice, from the moment when first the touch of your hand on mine thrilled me with delight, from the moment when first the words you spoke, whether they were hard or kind, scornful or friendly, seemed to engrave themselves upon my spirit, from the moment when I first realized that I was yours for life, from that moment I have hoped that you might love me. From that moment it has been my dream that you might love me, with a love equal to my own, with a self-surrender equal to my own, with an absolute concentration of all your heart and soul as I love you. That has been the sublime hope that my love has cherished. It was an illusion, he said softly, looking off upon the broad shining sea bathed in the moonlight. I know it. Why do you remind me of it? Why are we talking of it? My soul had fallen into a torpor, but now you rouse me from it. My heart throbs as if you had reopened its wound. Don't tell me again that you don't care for me. I know it. I know it. Anna, why do you torment yourself like this? Ah, yes, I have known it a long while now. My great hope died, little by little, day by day, as I saw how unlike me you were, how far from me, as I understood your contempt for me, your pity, as I realized that there were secrets in your life which I could not know, as I perceived that the differences of our ages and tastes had bred differences of feeling. In 100 ways, voluntarily and involuntarily, you showed me that love did not exist for you, either that you would never love, or at any rate, that you would never love me. I read my sentence written in letters of flame upon my horizon, and yet, you see, in spite of the blows that fate had overwhelmed me with, I was not resigned. I told myself that a young and ardent woman could not thus miserably lose herself and her love. I thought that there was a way of saving herself which ought to be tried, a humble way, but one that I could pursue in patience. Shall I tell you my other dream? Yes, tell me. Well, I dreamed that you would let me unite my weak and stormy youth to your warm and serene maturity, in such a manner as to complete more profoundly and more intimately the work of protection that Francesco Acquaviva had confided to you at his death. You saved me at Pompeii. That seemed to sanction a supreme act of devotion on my part. My dream was simple and modest. I would love you with all my strength, but in silence. I would live with you, loving and following you like a fond shadow. Every hour, every minute, I would be able to offer you unspoken but eloquent proofs of my love. I would be your satellite, circling round you, drinking in the light of my sun. I would watch my chance to do for you, to serve you, to make you happy. And in this way, never asking for gratitude, asking for nothing, I would spend my life to its last day, blessing you, worshiping you, for your kindness in letting me be near you, and letting me love you. Ah, what a vision! It would be worthy of me to make such a sacrifice for every personal desire, and worthy of you to lift a poor girl up to the happiness of seeing you every day, of sharing your home and your name. You would like me to marry you? Asked Diaz. Your wife, your mistress, your friend, your servant, whatever you wish will suffice me. To be where you are, to live my life out near to you? I am old, he said, coldly, bitterly. I am young, but I am dying, Cesare. Old age is a sad thing, Anna. It freezes one's blood and one's heart. What does it matter? I don't ask you to love me. I only want to love you. You will never ask it of me? Never. Promise. I promise. By whatever you hold most sacred, will you promise it? By heaven that hears me, by the blessed souls of my mother and father who watch over me, by my affection for my sister Laura, by the holiest thing in my heart, that is, by my love for you, I promise it. I swear it. I will never ask you to love me. You won't complain of me and of my coldness. I will never complain. I will regard you as my greatest benefactor. You will let me live as I like. You will be the master. You shall dispose of your life and of mine. You will let me go and come and go, without finding fault, without recriminations. When you go out, I will await in patience the happy hour of your return. He was silent for a moment. There was another question on his mind, and he hesitated to ask it. But with burning eyes, with hands clasped imploringly, she waited for him to go on. You won't torment me with jealousy? He asked at last. Oh, heavens! She cried, stretching out her arms and beating her brow with her hands. Must I endure that also? As you wish, he said coldly. I see that I displease and offend you. I am making demands that are beyond your strength. Well, let us drop the subject. And he rose as if to go away. She moved towards him and took his hand. No, no, don't leave me. For pity's sake, stay a little longer. Let us talk. Listen to me. You ask me not to be jealous. I'll not be jealous. At least, you'll not see my jealousy. Do you wish me to visit the woman you're in love with, or have been in love with, or the woman who's in love with you? Do you wish me to receive the women who are your friends? I'll do it. I'll do everything. Put me to the most dreadful trial, I'll endure it. Ask me to go to the furthest pass a soul and body can reach, I'll do it. For you. I wish to be free. Heart free. That is all, he said firmly. As you are today, so you will always be, free in heart, she responded. Listen to me, Anna, and understand me clearly. For a moment, try to escape from your own personality. Forget that you are you and that you love me. For a moment, consider calmly and carefully the present and the future. Anna, I am old, and you are young, and the discrepancy of our ages, which now seems trifling to you, in 10 years' time will seem terrible. For I can only decline, while you will grow to maturity. In your imagination, you have conceived an ideal of me which doesn't correspond to the truth, and which the future will certainly correct to your sorrow. Between our characters and our temperaments, there is a profound gulf. We have no reason to believe that the future can close it up. If I'm making a sacrifice, as I confess I am, in speaking to you thus, it is certain that you would make a more painful and a more lasting one in living with me. Think of it. Think of it. Think of my age, of your illusions which must inevitably be destroyed, of our mutual sacrifice. Anna, there is still time. She looked at him, surprised to hear him speak in this earnest way, the man who was accustomed to dominate all his own emotions. He was really moved. His brow was knitted, and on it, for the first time, Anna could read a secret distress. There was something almost like shyness in his eyes. He seemed less distant, less strong, perhaps, than he had ever seemed to her before. but more human, more like other people who suffer and weep. Anna, Anna, he went on. Put aside all selfishness and be yourself the judge. Judge whether I ought to consent to what you wish. I have told you cruelly, brutally, what I shall expect from you in return from my sacrifice. I have repeated to you again and again what a grave step it is that you propose. Now, my dear child, be calm and judge for yourself. She was leaning with her 2 hands on the parapet of the terrace and kept her eyes cast down. But why? She asked slowly in a low voice. Why are you willing, you who are so wise, so cold, who despise all passion as you do? Why are you willing to make this sacrifice? Who has persuaded you? Who has won you? I am willing because you have told me that there is no other way of saving you, because Stella Martini has written to me saying that I ought to save you, because I myself feel that I ought to save you. It is for pity, then, that you are willing to do this thing? You have said it, he replied, not wishing to repeat the unkind word. God bless you for your pity, she said humbly, crossing her hands as if in prayer. There was a deep silence. He stood with his head bowed, thinking and waiting for her to speak. She was looking to the sky as if she wished to read there the word of her destiny. But in her heart and in her mind, from the sky and from the glorious landscape, only one word would she hear. Well, Anna, what have you to say? Why do you ask? I love you, and without you, I should die. Anything is better than death. You are my life. Then you will be my wife and my friend, he said resolutely. Thank you, love, and she knelt before him. When he had gone away, she bent down and kissed devotedly the wall of the terrace where he had leaned, speaking to her. And then she went to each of the big vases that stood in a row along the terrace, and picked all the flowers that grew in them, the roses, the geraniums, the jasmine buds, and pressed them to her bosom in a mass because they had listened to her talk with him. And before re-entering the house, she looked again with brilliant eyes full of happiness upon the sea and the sky and the wide moonlit landscape. Within the house, everyone was asleep. The servant who was sitting up for Laura and Stella nodded in the antechamber. Anna was quite alone, and her heart danced for joy. Silently she passed through the house and entered her mother's room. Oh, Mama, Mama, it is you who have done this, she said. End of Part 1, Chapter 7.